So thank you everybody for joining us today. We're really excited to be hosting these workshops on trauma and resilience for first responders. And we really want to give a big shout out to the government of Alberta and Wellness Works Canada for making these sessions possible. We've had a really great response, and I know we have quite a diverse group of people who are here with us today, people in fire, paramedics, different types of trauma, police, I think even military, quite a big group of different first responders. So welcome everybody. It's great to be here and great to have you all here today. I know some people will be joining us throughout the day, and that's okay. So my name is Victoria Granger, and I am of course with Wellness Works Canada. So if you haven't heard about us, we are a national nonprofit association, and our role is to really support the industry of workplace wellness, or as we call it, workplace health and performance. So we're all about supporting practitioners who work in the space so that they can get the professional accreditation, the resources, the tools, and the connection that they need to do their job. And then we also support employers in building healthy, high performing work cultures. And so we do quite a bit of workplace training as well, and have great partners. Jeff is one of our favorite trainers, who has such a breadth and depth of experience, of lived experience, but also the expertise and knowledge around trauma and resilience, which is what we're focusing in on today. So we're really excited to have him here with us today. So I'm just going to do a little bit of an introduction to tell you a little bit about him, and then without further ado, we'll just get started right into the content. I also want to mention that we also have Kale here with us today. So Kale and Tupper is a client relationship coordinator with us, and so he'll be helping to moderate the session today. So if you have any technical questions or you're having issues with anything, just please send a chat message directly to him in the chat function, and then we'll make sure that you have any of your questions answered. All right, so a little bit more about Jeff. So Jeff has over 30 years of experience working as a paramedic and a firefighter, trauma clinician, and mental health support and education. He's also actually the vice president of the of the Association for Traumatic Stress Specialists. And so that's where a lot of people go to get their specialties and expertise in trauma. And so he's really passionate advocate for mental health and having that strong leadership, and just making sure that we have really psychologically safe workplaces. So he's worked, as I said, several years in ambulance, fire and rescue services, including being a lieutenant, captain, and acting battalion chief as well. And right now he's actually the training officer and instructor for the Justice Institute of British Columbia, where everybody goes for their training, and the instructor for the JIBC Center for Counseling and Community Safety as well. So he is a facilitator and a trauma clinician for a lot of different organizations, corporate organizations, and provides a lot of crisis management and education and consultation to assist workplace health divisions. And so his roles just really include facilitating different types of mental health initiatives and leadership training, and providing a lot of crisis management interventions as well, following different types of trauma within the workplace. So really excited to have him here today talking about trauma and resilience. Really, this type of training, I think, is one of those things that needs to be mandatory, and is so important, in order for you to be able to effectively do your role as a first responder. I mean, trauma is just part of the job, right? And so we need this training to be able to really learn how to effectively manage it. So so excited to be able to have these sessions available. So I'm going to pass it over to Jeff today to lead the way and get the conversation started. So thanks and welcome everyone.
Hi everybody, welcome. And so we had a little Victoria was bearing with me. My main computer wasn't somehow pulling things up, so I had to switch to my laptop here. So it's a little bit smaller, so I'll put my cheaters on periodically. So So yeah, well, everybody, don't really think there's much more needed to introduce myself. So what we are going to talk about today is we're going to be talking about critical incident stress and trauma, and we're going to be talking about it more from I wouldn't say an advanced level, but something that is more applicable to the work that you do. And it's, one of the biggest issues with any sort of training you do, whether it's leadership or communications or any of that sort of stuff. The worst thing, and we've all sat through it, is training that we take that's not applicable to what we do, or it sounds good, but it would never work in where we're working. So the training that we're doing today is training that is gonna, get to the nuts and bolts of dealing with trauma as a first responder, not just to understand, like, how to step in and either do a diffusing or debriefing, but understand the big picture.
Okay, I'm just
um,
kind of on a Zoom meeting, but I can walk away.
Understand that, in this field that we work in, if you don't take care of yourself, it will take you down. It will destroy your life. It will ruin relationships, marriages, your mental health, your physical health. But there is, ways to understand things. We're going to talk a lot about, we're going to get straight into like stress stuff, but then we'll look at the history of CISM and how we can mitigate traumatic experiences. And, one of the most important things is, even when I train therapists, counselors, psychologists, doctors on dealing with trauma, one of the most important things I tell them is that, if you think about on the worst day of your life, who do you want with you? Well, you want your mom or your sister or your brother or your spouse or your best friend. You want someone who's going to comfort you and listen to you and sometimes just give you a hug, and that's what we want from a personal level, and if you take it right down to that. So what we need to do is we need to have the skills from a clinical level to be able to step in, to know the questions to ask, the things to say, the things to look out for. But honestly, the most important thing is empathy, compassion, and just a truly humane approach and an understanding that these people are struggling right now. And and that's oftentimes one of the parts that's very difficult for clinicians, is they go straight into the clinical work. Well, the people that we're talking to cognitively aren't there right now. They're still unable to process what they've seen, or they're still in shock. So we have to take this whole bunch of, we always say it, the toolbox. We have to take all these tools we have, and we have to take the human approach. And so, quite honestly, if you're not a people person, if you truly, it's okay if you're an introvert, but if you really can't feel compassion for people or practice benevolence, this isn't the field for you, because you really need to be there for people. And so if you already have that in spades, well, that's great. And then we'll give you the tools from the clinical level. So a bit about how people do react and how you're going to help them, and then understanding resiliency. So if we break right down to it now, I do trauma work, sort of my wheelhouse, and first responders. But one of the things that I'm very passionate about is kind of Eastern philosophy and mental health in the workplace, and that's my favorite stuff to teach. And so very often the work that I do comes down to stress, and stress is demonized in our society. And as most of us that work in any sort of mental health, we're dealing constantly with anxiety and depression with people, right? So, and people that have different abilities to cope, or they have different things that have happened to them in their past. And our job is to teach them new ways of perceiving life and situations. And so when we just demonize stress and make it that it's this horrible thing and it should be avoided at all costs, that is absolutely not what we want to do. What we want to do is we want to understand stress. We want to understand that if we don't have stress in our lives, we'll never apply for a job. We'll never drive a car. We'll never ask anybody out on a date. We'll never challenge ourselves in any sort of thing. So we need that stress in our lives, and we need that eustress, that eurostress to kind of to motivate us, to keep us moving. And if we spend our lives fearing stress, much like as a first responder, you know, if you spent your life fearing an incident that would cause you to deal with PTSD, you're never going to be a good first responder. So it's the same with stress, is that we need to teach people better ways to deal with stress and to understand stress as opposed to fearing stress. But when we talk about critical incident stress, this isn't the day-to-day thing. So this isn't things that are like, you know, worried about, you know, if you're gonna like with COVID, it's caused so much stress with so many people. So, you know, worrying about am I still going to have a job, or you know, did that person who coughed on me have COVID, that kind of stuff. Critical incident stress, it's a very, like, it's that one-time event, and of course we're going to have a really strong emotion to it. And you know, there, if you look at the DSM-5 and you look at, which is, for those, the DSM-5 is sort of like the criterias and the diagnosis Bible for clinicians. And so if you look at acute stress disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder, the criteria and the signs and symptoms, they're very similar. And so, but if you look at acute stress disorder, so if somebody goes home, and that's why we always tell people, you know, if something, you know, if you got a mark on your arm, don't go straight to the Google, because you're going to turn it into something that it's not. But if you look at, if you went home after, say, dealing with a traumatic incident in your workplace or on the street, and you were to Google, you know, the signs and symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, you're going to pull it up, and, you know, you just had this incident happen to you yesterday, say, for example. And so you've witnessed this terrible event yesterday. You went to sleep, you weren't sleeping very well, you have a lot of intrusive thoughts, you haven't had much of an appetite, you've been a bit more aggressive with your family, and you're feeling, you know, that melancholy. So you're going to go and you're going to Google, you know, post-traumatic stress disorder signs and symptoms. And most likely DSM-5 is going to come up, and it's going to list the criteria that you need to meet in each of the categories. And what's going to happen is you're going to go through and you're going to go, well, I got that, and I got that, and oh my gosh, I meet the criteria for PTSD. But the thing is, with acute stress disorder, which is exactly what it says, it's that acute, that sudden, the signs and symptoms, of course, who is not going to witness a horrific event and not just be devastated like initially? So of course you're going to lose a little sleep, or not sleep at all, and have intrusive thoughts and have it playing in your head over and over. And if you were involved as a first responder, the role that you played over and over, what could you have done different? What did you do right? What worked? What didn't work? Those sorts of things. But if so, I talk to you, let's say I get brought in as the mental health professional, and I talk to you the day after, you know, say I talk to you the day after, and I do a diffusing, and we talk a little bit about it. We do a kind of informal diffusing, or even a bumper talk, and you know, things seem normal, but we know it was a major event, so we say, let's do a formal debriefing tomorrow. We're gonna do a formal debriefing tomorrow night. And so you come in the next night and you start to talk to me, and you're saying, listen, Jeff, I haven't slept. Last night, I didn't sleep a wink. I laid there, I tossed and turned, I cried, I punched the walls, I couldn't eat, I felt nauseous, my body aches, all these things. And you know what? This is the way you feel. So we do a debriefing. We get a very good debriefing happens, a group debriefing, and you get some kind of, you get some answers to things that you didn't know about the situation. You get some validation from your peers saying, hey, you did a good job, and hey, you know, that part was difficult for me. And you know what, you get that validation to everyone else going, hey, I'm the same. I didn't sleep last night. I couldn't eat last night. So all those sorts of things are happening. And so you're like, okay, so I'm not alone in this. And that's the power of a group debriefing when it's done correctly. And then at the end of it, we talk about things that you need to do, the things to do to be resilient, to work, to focus on your sleep, to talk to people that you need to talk to exercise, to eat healthy, these sorts of things. So if I come back and I talk to you in 2 weeks and I sit you down and I say, okay, so how are you feeling, about that incident? Nothing formal, just a simple friends, peers question. You're going to say, well, you know what? Yeah, I still think about it once in a while. I mean, I'm sleeping again and I'm eating again. But once in a while I had a nightmare about it 2 nights ago. And I do think about it. And, I do take a different route. I don't like to drive by that way. But you know what? I feel like I'm on the right track and I'm talking to somebody and all these sorts of things. That's a good sign. You're on your way. You're healing. Human beings are amazing creatures. We're very resilient. We can get through things and we can process things if we allow ourselves to do so. So then I talk to you after a month, and you're going to say, "Oh yeah. Of course, I think it'll always be with me, but no, I sleep normal again and I eat normal again, in some ways, I'm actually maybe you'll hear people say I feel a little bit guilty because it's almost like I feel like I should be thinking about it to honor like their memory or what happened, but I find that it's like it pops in my head once in a while, but then it pops out just as quick. So just process that trauma and they're doing very well with it. So that's that acute stress disorder. If I talk to you a month later and you're still describing the same way that you did on that second day, I'm still not sleeping, I can't eat, I can't go to work, I can't talk. This means that you either aren't processing it or haven't been doing the right things, but something is going on where you will go to your family doctor and they will send you to somebody to take a look at PTSD. So any questions on that so far? Anything anybody want to add? Feel free to jump in. Okay, so when we look at critical incidents, the biggest thing, and this is one of the areas where when I'm training officers, like officers in military or fire or police that are responsible for a platoon or a crew or what have you, one of the areas that we kind of lose sight of sometimes is the fact that a critical incident is different for everybody. So we say that it's like beauty, it's in the eye of the beholder. And so when you react to these situations, we're never static in our life. And so I give you example is like go back to doing CPR when you're 21 years old and a paramedic and you do CPR on someone in their 50s, my age. You think, well, they had a good life. That's nothing, not my concern. They're old, and so it's really not going to affect you that much. Now, take again that same person does CPR, but I look like their father. Okay, now it's going to affect them. Or their father had a heart attack. I don't look like their father, but their father had a heart attack right around that same age. It's probably going to affect them. Calls for children are never going to be easy. They never are. But once you start to have children, things change. And one of the things that I joke about with first responders all the time is that for any of you that have had children and have years of service, going to SIDS deaths is devastating. And so I have 5 kids, and I tell you, all 5 of my kids will have long-term rib injuries because I would stand above their crib, and if they didn't breathe quick enough or take a deep enough breath, I'd stand there and they'd be sound asleep peacefully, and I'd be waiting and watching the chest, watching their cheeks, nothing's happening, and just poke them, and they cry or look at me like, why would you do that? And it's just, to me, there's always that thought, what if, you walk around a house and you have blinds in the house and they got children running around and the cord of the blind is down to the floor, and you go up and you say, listen, you can't do that, and they think you're just overreacting, but you have a memory of something you've dealt with in your mind. So one of the things about, when you're in charge of people in your workplace, if you're first responders, it doesn't matter if you're first responders, if you're in transport or any of the areas that you work in, when you're a boss, when you're a leader, you have to understand that critical incidents are that person's vulnerability, and it's that person's perception of that call. And so, so if we all, we've been working together and we have someone new on our crew and we go to something we've been to 1,000 times before, we don't think of it, but this other person has this 1,000-yard stare. It's our responsibility as an officer to make sure that they're okay, because we tend to kind of get hardened. And again, like I said, remember, you're never static. You're not going to be able to get an interview and you say, I'm okay with head wounds and broken bones and CPR. I am not okay with drownings, and our life changes. We go through different circumstances. So what didn't bug you at one point may bug you again at a later time. So always remember that. So it's often said, what gets shattered, and I've always hated that term, but it's, in the documentation we always use, but I always like to say altered sometimes, because we don't have to necessarily be shattered. Shattered's an injury. Altered is something that we got to do some work on. So what can happen is when we go to these traumatic incidents, it starts to alter the way we see life, the way we see other people, the way we see the world very often. It starts to make us question our own mortality, question our own, somebody slips and falls and bonks their head and dies from a head injury. And, they're a young person, and all of a sudden you're going, geez, you're starting to think back like to all the things you did when you were a kid, when you did cliff jumping and you played all these sports and all these different things. And like any one of those could have done this. Now, all of a sudden, because you've seen this with this young kid that slipped and died from a head injury, you go home and your kids go, hey, we're going to the skate park. And you go, no, you're not. You're never skateboarding again. So, we don't want to go extreme on any area, but we want to understand that we will have changes in the way we perceive the world and the way we see things. So when we start to question that sort of thing, it can be really and when people, one of the biggest things is that when people are starting to struggle, oftentimes, for example, if it's me, if I'm struggling with some mental health issues, and I'm fighting it and going, come on, you're not, like, let's say I'm struggling with PTSD, and I'm going, you're better than this, you're bigger than this, you understand it, you're not gonna, I know nothing about PTSD, but I know that I consider myself a big tough firefighter. I'm not gonna let this stuff bug me. And so you're telling yourself it's not going to bug you, it's not going to bug you, but all of a sudden you're going down this rabbit hole. And then you finally, you're treating people differently, you're starting to isolate, you're starting to use substance more, you're not sleeping. And so finally you make that decision, you say, you know what, I got to go talk to somebody, because I just don't feel like I'm coping. I will guarantee you that those that love you, your friends, your family, are going, finally. And you're going to look at them and go, you knew? And everybody knew. We saw it in you. We tried to talk to you about it. So that's why it's really important when, you're, especially again in first responders, is why we educate the family, why we educate spouses and children and close family members, because oftentimes they can prevent something from getting worse, where they step up and go, hey, I love you and I really want you to go talk to somebody, because I'm noticing a change in you. And so, very often when somebody finally does try to go get that help, they will, say to their family, I think I need to go get help for this. And their family will go, finally, and they'll go, you mean you knew? And they say, yeah, oh yeah, we knew. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a short video on here. And we're then after the video, we'll have a little discussion about it, and then we will take a break. So enjoy.
What we say, what we do, it's not normal. Somebody mangled up in a car. not normal to see that. It's not, it's,
I can close my eyes and see that kid laying on the stretcher, just reaching and pawing just for somebody to help him.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and you look down and saw somebody. I saw someone I went to school with, that I grew up with, and it punches you in the face. And that kind of a trigger is something you never forget.
We're doing a horrible job as a career field preparing people for what we're going to see and deal with throughout fire, EMS, and police, dispatchers, ER nurses, just across the board. It's one of the most under-addressed things that there is. Post-traumatic stress is those calls that stick with you, the riders, the sights, the sounds, the smells, the ones that just won't leave you alone after the call's over.
I think it's very common. I think it's something that, for whatever reason, is a taboo subject. It never gets talked about. There's never any light really shed on it.
My yet factor was a scene flight. We had 3 different aircraft coming to a house fire. It was right in the afternoon. It was just going to be another call, and we landed on scene of a pediatric burn. And when I came off the aircraft, I saw my buddy Chase standing there, and I could tell him the look on his face. It was bad. And he looked at me and told me it was really bad. And I climbed in the ambulance and saw this semblance of what used to be a human being laying there screaming. It was a little baby, and he was burned beyond recognition.
If somebody would have told me when I was sitting in the classroom learning all there is to know about nursing that I would be on the floor of a trauma room wrapping up a parent who had just accidentally run over their child, or wrapping a baby who had just passed away up in a blanket so his mama could hold him for the last time, I'm not sure that I would still choose this career.
I can hear it. I can smell it. That's one of those things that I don't think I'll ever be able to let go of. After just all the sounds of that call, all I knew to do was to pick the kid up and hold him like he was my own child. And I just picked him up and ran to the helicopter.
I feel like this career kind of chose me. There's nothing glamorous about being a first responder or being in emergency medicine. It's a hard thing for sure. You do it because it's what you're called to do, not because it's glamorous.
The longer that you're in this line of work, is a buildup over a period of time when people develop these things. For example, when we do runs on car wrecks, the first 5 or 6 might not bother the first responder, but it's one that may be similar to a family member or something that resonates with them. They start down a path and they can't get away from it. And they blame it on everything else except the reality of what they've had to deal with, what they've kept inside. It destroys careers, it destroys marriages, it destroys lives.
I've had a coworker that's killed himself. I've had many coworkers who have lost their license because of addiction.
Alcohol and drugs aren't going to fix anything. Internalizing it isn't going to fix anything. It's okay. You know, we see bad stuff, and it's normal. I was brought up in the fire service to where it wasn't okay to talk about calls, and you had to be bigger, badder, tougher than the person right next to you, and you just take it home with you.
We have a tremendously high rate of substance abuse. We're in the midst of what feels like an absolute epidemic of suicide among first responders. We intuitively think that we have a higher rate of divorce than the average population. So there are very negative ways to deal with the ramifications of post-traumatic stress.
I think we need to be aware of our people, especially as supervisors, because there are signs in body language, the way people carry themselves. If you got a guy that's jovial and all of a sudden they isolate, they're starting to look disheveled, paperwork's not adding up like it used to be. If you got someone that writes neat, on point narratives, when those things go to lacking, as supervisors, as brethren, I think we need to be there to be able to assist them.
Don't let it bottle you up. Don't let it hold you back from giving the best care that you can. Don't let it eat you up. It's real. Put it out there. Tell somebody, hey, this is what I'm going through. This is what I'm battling.
I think the first thing we have to do is stop pretending that we were made for this, because human beings were not made to see the things that we see in our career field. And I think we have to stop trying to tell people that this is just part of the job, or that they need to be a little bit tougher in dealing with these things. I think that's a fallacy.
It's okay to be bothered by what you're going to see today, tomorrow, next month, 5 years from now, that you're going to keep seeing over and over. And you've got to develop a way within yourself to deal with that in a healthy way.
I think we have to be honest about what post-traumatic stress is, and about how it's caused, and about the very negative impact that it can have on us. And I think that we have to find ways to educate ourselves about those issues, and about how to recognize it among the people that we're working very closely with, and how to respond effectively when we see someone who's being impacted by it.
Because we can't get away from it every day. It's everyday stuff that we deal with. There's got to be a way to comfort yourself. There's got to be a hope that the work that we're doing is worthwhile, and it makes a difference.
If you are in distress, reach out, 911 Buddy Check on Facebook, it's on Twitter. Reach out to the Code Green campaign. Code Green campaign are an amazing group of people really fighting day to day to make advances in mental health management. And there's people out every day fighting for you. So if you're in distress, if you know someone in distress, reach out, take the mask off, be real, be relevant, and ask for help.
Okay, so anybody, what are your thoughts on that, or any discussion on it? I like discussion. I'd like to hear from you.
I'll throw something in. So it's Winnie here.
Hi, Winnie.
One thing that I really like about this video, and it's something that I wish people had talked about earlier on in my career, is that it's not just what you see, it's what you hear, it's what you smell, it's what you feel. And sort of an example that sort of relates to the thing you said earlier, but it's not always, the holy shit calls, pardon my language. Sometimes it's something that you connect with. And so for me, I was injured on a call in 2011, and it wasn't an obvious injury. I was treating someone who had been burned with a really toxic chemical without realizing that that chemical was in the air around us. And so I ended up suffering burns as a result of it. And the call in itself, if I had a flashback to it, it had nothing to do with what I saw and everything to do with how it smelled and how, his skin felt and my skin felt, and the sound of the alarms and the sound of, different things that went on site. And I think that is something that is quite often overlooked when we talk about the trauma of these calls for sure.
Yeah, no, thank you for bringing that up, Winnie. And I'm going to touch on that. And that's, you wouldn't think little things like high media involvement, time of night, smell, absolutely. I mentioned that like the CPR call at Christmas, but I know that I had gone to a call one, it was Christmas morning, it was a beautiful sunny day, and I was supposed to be, shift trade at 8 o'clock, and at 7, I went to a fatal car accident, and a young girl, and her car was full of presents, and she was dressed, all nice to go see her family, and we had to cut her out, and then I worked on her in the back of the ambulance the way to the hospital. And I remember going to my family at the time, my ex-girlfriend's family, and they're all kind of saying, like, come on, like, do you want to, you're kind of bumming everybody out, it's Christmas, do you want to go have a nap? And I'm thinking, you have no idea what I just did. I can't tell you. But that call, kind of obviously, I don't really remember what she's like, but I tell you, every Christmas, because one of the things I remember was in the back of her car, she had wrapped the Christmas presents like you see in movies, with the box lids that come off and the tape. So like they looked like they were in a movie. Like they had the bow on the top with the ribbon, and then but all the lids, because there were lids everywhere. And I remember, so every Christmas, and I see a present like that when I'm walking through a store, guess what I think about? Absolutely. So yeah, thanks for sharing that, Winnie. Who else? What are your thoughts on that? I know it's from the US. We got lots from here, but I just like a lot of the things that they say in that one. Thanks, Karen. Oh, sorry, I got to read the comments because not everybody has mics. Yeah, thanks, Dee. And see, this is one of the problems, is we're so tired of, and when I say we, I say first responders, but it doesn't matter if you're sanitation for a city or you're a barista at Starbucks. People are tired of we're sitting through training today, and it's that check mark. Yeah, we can say we trained them. People, it's not that people don't want to sit through training. It's not that people don't want to sit through PowerPoints. They want it to hit them. They want to resonate with it. They want to learn, and they want to feel like I'm addressing issues that you're having and that you need education on and you need support in. And that's always my goal in training. That's why I walk away from a lot of training that I get offered. I won't train for organizations that just want to do checkmark training. And so that is, thank you, Dave. And it's really important that's why today, we got such a mixed group of people in here. But this will, all your jobs that I've heard so far is this does go back to your job. And, right at the start, kind of what I talked about was I treat people with respect that deal with all the calls that first responders go to. So whether you're a barista at Starbucks and I walk in and I do a group with you and I say, hey, that's first responder work. So there's times you guys are first responders. It's very validating for them to know that maybe it's because they know I was one, but just for them to be acknowledged, like, thank you, you're acknowledging that I'm not just a barista that did CPR. That's what first responders do, and you did it, and you did it well. And now I'm going to take care of you. And Audrey, was mentioning Cal, like one of the first times. I do a lot of work with TransLink police and security and Coast Mountain bus lines here in Vancouver. And I remember the first time their security team that deals with the buses, Coast Mountain bus, they look like police. They have all the same stuff except for guns. But their concern is when I deal with them a lot now, and they say, we always get treated like glorified security guards. We don't get the respect like the police get. And one of the reasons that when their supervisor started bringing me in more was because he says, they said that you treat them with respect, like first responders. And that's what we need. And that's why, we need to talk about the hard things. And you bringing that up, the smells, the sights, the things, those stick with you. And this, please, everybody today, feel free to bring your stories here. And if it gets too much, then maybe we'll shut it down. But your experience and your backgrounds and your knowledge, I'm going to learn from you. Everybody in this room is going to learn from each other. It's not just going to be me. I'll just help moderate a lot of this stuff, but please bring up those things, because it's a good time. You're in a like-minded group with your peers. So if you have questions like, why is this bugging me? Or, you know what, I resonate with that and I never knew why, share it, because you don't know who in this group is listening is going to say, thank you for sharing that, because you just saved my life. Somebody else going to jump in?
Robert, were you hoping to say something?
No,
Thought you raised hand.
I'm hoping you're going to say something, Robert.
So I guess what I got from the video was first thought that went through my mind is, when does the abnormal become normal? As the fellow that was talking about he was visibly upset, it was sort of to me, I remember being visibly upset, but I also remember not wanting to share that with anyone. And pretty soon that stuff just becomes part of your person. And it's very difficult to turn on a discussion about something that's happened to you when it's happened to you forever. And I've been in the industry for over 40 years. So it's something that I've transitioned from back in the day when you don't talk about it, through to the day today when you're encouraged to talk about it. So how do you turn it on and turn it off, I guess is my question.
That's such a good question. No, for sure. And here's the thing. One of the things too is, oftentimes people, they'll go and they'll get, say I just dealt with a federal agency, and they had a peer support team. They're right across Canada, and they have peer support teams all across. And they had a group of their crew that was peer support that had went to Baltimore and done the ICISF training to get certified. And when they came back, they had the team jackets, the team hats, the way they were going to do everything was going to be Mitchell model. Everything was going to be, they were trained and they wanted to use it. And sometimes it's like jamming a square peg into a round hole. It doesn't fit. And, it's the same thing with the talking about it and not talking about it. There's times I go to calls for, as the clinician, I walk in and it's something very, very traumatic, something really, really bad. And I talk to the people, I talk to a few people, and they're dealing well with it. They're putting it in perspective. They're talking to each other. They're checking in on each other. They're doing all the right things. And I'm really not needed. I'm just not. And then there's other times I go to a situation where it doesn't seem that bad. And you start to let people talk, and all of a sudden you start to find out that this was really bad. And so to kind of answer your question is you have the best tool that anybody could have to make that determination as to when to talk about it and when to not talk about it. You have 40 years of experience, I've got 30 some odd years of experience too. That's why I think, you're valuable in this industry, is because you're not going to judge. You're not going to go in and say, oh, that's nothing compared to what I've been through. You're going to go there and you're going to be able to, you need your emotional intelligence. You need to be able to have your psychological first aid. You need to be able to read the room and find out who needs to talk and who doesn't need to talk, and when they need to talk and when they don't. We can't just say, hey, we paid all this money for you guys to go get trained in peer support or to be able to do diffusings, so you're going to do a diffusing after every call. And we'll get more into the criteria that'll kind of give you some guidelines for that. But a good example of that is I remember years ago going to a crisis response at a sanitation, the dump. And what had happened was, it was on Halloween, and they found it was recycling. They took the recycling of garbage, and they found a body, naked body in the recycling. And they, at first, because it was Halloween, they thought somebody had stuffed a mannequin in there, and they're kind of throwing things at it and laughing about it. And then all of a sudden, when they realized that it was actually a body, but the thing was, so nobody did any first aid, nobody had to deal with it. They were all far enough back that it shouldn't have, but they were dealing with their own guilt of not recognizing that was a body, about inhumanely laughing about it, about joking about it, about that sort of thing. And the inner turmoil was just tearing them apart. And they all felt like they'd committed a crime that they had to take to their grave. And so luckily for them, one of their supervisors who really cared about them came in and kind of recognized what was going on and said, like, you know, guys, how were you supposed to know? And said, you know what, I know who we're going to call. And I came in and I spent time on them. And my job was just to take to help them to process what they'd been through and their guilt. So it's really a tough, you know, we can't have a dogmatic approach to this. Like, you will talk about this. This is bad. I mean, we do have criteria that most places have an operational guideline or procedure on, and I'll kind of cover that later. You know, like, say, you know, death of a colleague, death of a child, multiple casualties, those sorts of things, where we say, okay, let's activate the peer support team. Let's make that phone call at 2 a.m. Let's get the ball rolling because it falls under our guidelines. That's a good start. But a lot of times we need to use our judgment. And I tell you, there are times, and I want you to all listen to this carefully if you do crisis response, because it's something that I find very valuable, is there's a lot of times where I'll get flown clear across, they'll send me to New York or Chicago or something for a crisis, and I'll be there for days. And I really don't do very much because they're, you know, either they haven't, nobody really wants to talk about it, or I'll talk to the people that do want to talk about it, but I'm available for whoever wants. And at the end of it, the person who called, it will say, hey, listen, you know, I'm really sorry. I feel like we wasted your time. You know, it seems like everything's going good. And, you know, I know you talked to some people, but you didn't talk to, I feel like I wasted your time. And I hear that all the time. It doesn't matter if it's on the East Coast or West, where it is. And I tell them this, and I want you to keep this in mind. I always tell them, what you did was you sent a clear message to the people that you're in charge of, that you care about them, and you recognize that this could be something that affected them. So you took action. That is the most important message. So I say, think of a dinner table conversation. Think of, you know, like family, a husband and wife are sitting at home across the dinner table. And, you know, the husband says, what did your work do about that death you guys had at work the other day? Nothing. They didn't do anything. Nope, not a thing. Just like we're pretending like it didn't happen, or no one's allowed to talk about it. And like, it's weird. It's just weird. Or the reverse, you know, what did they do about that thing that happened at work? You know what, they're good. They had handouts for us, and they told us if we need time off, we could take time off. If we want to stay at work, we could stay at work. If we want modified duties, we can modify our duties. Then they brought this guy in, and I didn't talk to him. A couple other people did, and they said it really helped. But you know, it's tough, but they've dealt with it. Think of those two messages you sent. And so when I'm dealing with like federal or provincial or cities and stuff like that, they don't look at it as much like that. When I deal with private corporations that are accountable to shareholders and accountable to their stock prices going up and that kind of thing, they think about it. And so they spend that money to send that clear message, which is, I care about you. And if you need something, it's here. And if you need more, let us know what you need. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to everybody. There's a lot of sometimes it's not what you say, it's the action you take. And just by acknowledging, and that's why when we get into some psychological first aid, just going up to somebody and saying, hey, are you okay? Yeah, no, I'm good. That person goes home and they go, wow, they really care about me. They came and they checked in on me. So who else? Any great comments and great, I hope that answered your question, but we'll get more into it. Other comments on what we've done so far? Or are you all saying, hey, Jeff, you promised us breaks, so So why don't we, what we'll do is, I tell you what, we'll take a break, we'll come back and, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'll just add one thing to just bounce off the topic you were just talking about, and thank you for what you said about it, about the, bearing part of diffusing and debriefing and that. But mainly what I wanted to say was that I've been on the end of the stick where diffusing went wrong. In other words, it wasn't welcome, and it was early on when that process sort of started, and the people who were engaged had just finished. There was a 4 fatality teenage group that was killed, and they just rebelled against any discussion in a very I guess not violent but very agitated way. And it really has stuck with me all these years that wasn't the right thing to do for that group.
Yeah. And you know what? That's what happens a lot of times is people are like, you know what, you're going to sit here and you're going to talk about your feelings. When I do one-on-ones, there's times that I do one-on-ones and they go, I really want you to talk to this person. And so they'll come in to see me and they say, well, I don't know what I should say. I say, we could talk about football, we could talk about baseball, we could talk about a movie you like. You don't have to talk to me about anything. You just spend some time and relax, catch your breath. And if you have any questions, you can talk to me. If you want some stuff, talk to me. And you make them feel comfortable. And because, I'm not there to solve all your problems. I'm there to listen and be a good listener. And then, give you the tools that I have and the things that I know. And we can't, there's very many times. It's just like, even I'll give a lecture, I'll give a lecture and there'll be like 400 people at this convention, and I give this lecture and people are asking questions, and there'll be one person in the front row staring at you like this. And people are asking questions and thanking you and saying, how valuable it was. And the one person just glares at you. And then sure enough, I'll be on my way out, heading out the door or heading to the airport, and guess who's tugging on my jacket? And it's that one person that says, I was just so overwhelmed in there, and I couldn't do it in front of anybody else, and I didn't know what to say, and I was scared to ask a question because I was going to start crying, but I just wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank you because that makes a lot of sense, and that's what we're here for. It's not for the the applause or the kudos. It's if I've dealt enough with my own colleagues' suicides. I've dealt with mental health breakdowns and loss of marriages and loss of quality of life. And you know what, at this point, instead of going out to pasture, I just try to do the next right thing. And you know what, whether it comes to trauma, and for, there's so many of you in here with even just little bits of experience, you're a valuable resource. So you take your experience, your resources, the tools that we're getting today, and you'll get more of whenever you want. And you take the most important part of it, an empathetic, kind person that you are, and good listener, and you're going to potentially save lives. If not, help people to be more resilient, or at least help people to find a path to start healing from the incidents. But I hear you loud and clear. That's one of the, it still gets periodically brought up. And that's kind of what we're going to cover next, is the history of CISM and trauma. But every once in a while, I've written enough papers, and I don't answer to any drug companies or anybody paying me for my knowledge. I write them because I'm asked to write them. But you're always going to hear people say, a study came out and says that it's by talking in a peer situation, a peer diffusing or debriefing following trauma, we're doing more harm than good. You'll see it comes out once in a while, and my response is always, well, more Vietnam veterans took their own lives than were killed in battle, so how'd that work for them, right? So I always say, it's like, let's give them let's have everything available, and then you take what you need. You want to talk to me for 5 minutes, talk to me for 5 minutes. You want to come in and yell at me for 5 minutes, yell at me for 5 minutes. You want to do a group debriefing, do a group debriefing. If you want to come in and tell me how you're dealing with it fine, and you don't know why work feels a need to make a big deal out of it, then that's fine too. It's our job is to just go in and do the best we can. And like David's kind of says the exact same thing, is that sometimes they decline and they don't want to use it. But them knowing that it was set up for them because they're valuable and that people care about their well-being, that's sometimes the biggest message of all. So, okay, any questions? Okay, we'll take 15 minutes. So come back at 9:35. And then if you have any questions, I'll give you a second answer. Or if you think of something wise while you're making your coffee, then you can ask a question. We'll come back and we'll get into it. So, oh, sorry, 9:30. It's 9:35 my time, 10:35 your time. So again, the biggest thing is understanding that, it's completely different for every person at every time in their life. Again, you're never going to be static. You're never going to be able to say, calls for elderly people don't bother me, or calls for children don't bother me. We have to understand that it's very personal, and it's not just personal for the call itself. It's like, where we are in our lives, how resilient are we? What's our health like, our mental health like? How susceptible are we to is this the one that is the straw that broke the camel's back? Does this remind me of something that happened in our past? We just never know. So we always have to, that's why, as an officer, and that's what we teach in psychological first aid, is that, you have to be on the lookout for the people with 1,000-yard stare, or that are reacting different than you would expect they would normally react. And that picture that I put in there, I can't remember the name of it right now. It escapes me. But it's a Japanese art where they take vase, and I mean it's centuries old, where they take like a vase or a sculpture or something that's been broken, and they put it back together using precious metals, and it's in the art itself, it's considered more beautiful than it was before it was broken. And much like us, I mean, we can, we, instead of going the post-traumatic stress route, we can go the post-traumatic growth route, or we can, there it is, that's it, kintsugi. Thank you, Carrie, I appreciate it. I know, Kale, thanks. I normally remember it, and then if I have it written somewhere, but I didn't. But it's the reason I like that is just because it's much like the work that I do. It broke me at times, and had I not gone through that, I wouldn't be able to help other people. And anybody who's been through even a breakup in a relationship, you may think it's the worst thing at the time, but at the time it makes you stronger. If you oftentimes, and that's the funny thing about crisis response industry nowadays is I end up going to mass layoff event, like, when there's going to do nothing to do with a fatality. They're just doing, downsizing a company. So, again, go back to Chicago, and they're laying off half their staff. And so they're telling them that they're going to be, they're accountable to shareholders. They've restructured the company or been bought out. So, you 300 are staying, you 300 no longer have jobs. Here's your package. And I get brought in to support those people following that critical time in their life. And, I can think of one, offhand down in the States, and they made something. They were famous for making something similar to like the Fitbit kind of things, but they made all kinds of things. But some of these employees have been there like 19 years, I think was the longest. And I'm there to support these people that are losing their jobs. And the ones that I talk to, and, afterwards, the amount of people that said the things, because I'm always listening, and the things I'm hearing is, this might be the chance I need, right? Like, I always wanted to start my own company. I always wanted to go back to school. I always wanted to travel, or this might be the message that's sending me that this isn't the right work for me. And I heard a lot of that. I did hear people that were devastated, but I heard a lot of that, and it's so inspiring, because that truly is the only way, going into the Eastern philosophy, that's the only way for us to look at life is that when the old when one door closes, another one opens. But when we go through traumatic incidents, when we deal with things that shatter us, we don't have to stay shattered. We don't have to get thrown in the garbage. We can get put back together, and we're more beautiful when we are, because and people can look at us as very valuable, especially as first responders and in dealing with trauma. So I talked a little bit about stress, and again, I hate when we demonize stress, because it's so important to understand it, that we need it. If you're a firefighter and when you're rolling up to a big job and you see a big plume of smoke, if you're not like, your heart rate's not going up and you're not thinking, oh boy, here we go, and you hear there's people trapped and you're running through your game plan in your head and stuff like that. If you're not feeling stressed, then there's something wrong with you and you're in the wrong job. So we don't want to demonize stress. So stress has that acute stress. We need it. That's our fight or flight. If we didn't have the ability to have our fight or flight activate, we wouldn't have made it through evolutionary wise. And so that when we say stress is bad, we don't want to demonize it. So when it comes to critical incidents, we have to look at, we have that acute stress. It allows us to do our job. Now, our concern is that delayed stress. Now, it's not always bad either, because there's times that, for example, like when your fight or flight activates, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, but I mean, the chemicals and the neurotransmitters that are firing in your body, when you calm down later on, you're going to feel knackered. And that's why, like, when we have things going on at an emergency response scene, things are going and we're pushing our bodies beyond what we should be pushing, and we're releasing all the the adrenalines and the sugars and the cortisol. Everything's happening. We're getting, if things are going well, we're getting dopamine hits. Like, there's soup going on in there. And then when we finally get this chance to settle down lately, sometimes that's when we think back and we go, oh my gosh, like I could have died there, or oh my gosh, that was horrific, right? So we do have that delayed stress oftentimes. And the thing is, we have it in the chart there as tolerable, but we have to be careful, because it's, if we have the right support system at home, if we have the right resources, if we have a good plan in place at work, if we have our own good resiliency skills, and we have good self-recognition when we're doing good and when we're not doing good, then we're going to be able to get through it, and we're going to be able to do the right things. Once it becomes toxic, it's when it starts to produce injuries. And same thing in workplace. We always talk about, we've become so dramatic about so many things. Like I talked about with PTSD, we've jumped to burnout in work. Like there's no more like, and I'm painting this with a wide brush, but I don't like it when we have a dogmatic approach about when a workplace is high stress and high pressure, that there's burnout, because there doesn't have to be. Burnout is an injury. Burnout means it's affecting your life and you no longer functioning the way that you should be or were previously. You could be at elevated stress levels and getting close to burnout, but we can do things to help, right? And so that's where we don't want to get to that injury state. We want to get to the recognition where, like, I'm going to be injured if I continue to do this. And so when we look at the stress, that cumulative, when we have, that's why we try to have downtime, why we try to say, you know what, go and take a break. But when you look at a large scale events like wildfires or something like that, there's it's not to do with loss of life or something. But when you look at something like rescue efforts like that's going on in Florida right now with the condo, the collapse and stuff like that, when you're getting one after another where you're dealing with a tragedy and you're there to continue to deal with tragedy, that's when we really have to have an elevated support system in place, because that cumulative day after day after day where you never get a chance to like kind of catch your breath and just say today was a good day. You're not getting good days. It's there again and again and again. That really takes a toll on you. So we really want to watch that. And so we talk about stress and we think it's all up in our head, right? And then that's what stress lives there. That's the only place it does. But There's all different kind of reactions that we have to stress. And so, one of the things we always, whenever you look at any documentation from any sort of federation or any organization or whatever, we always have to color code things, like green is good and red is bad. And it does give you a simple sort of idea, but what we have to do is we have to have our own recognition. That's why when I teach mental health, I really emphasize for people to do gratitude lists, where I like them to do it at night, where they look back on their day and they reflect back on, what was I grateful for? What good things happened to me today, right? So that's a positive for mental health. But we have to also be doing that in times when we're struggling with, potential injuries or high levels of stress from traumatic incidents. We have to be able to go home, and if you do have a supportive family, to maybe sit down and go, can I ask you a question? Have you noticed a difference in me? And if they say no, what's going on? You just go, I'm wondering if this is starting to take a toll on me. This week at the station in our 4-day shift, we had 4 fatalities, and the week before we had 2, and I'm just wondering, like, I kind of feel like it's getting to be a bit much. And that's that's taking you from bottling that all up and saying, I don't want to admit this, I want to keep pushing forward, to where you do get that proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Now you have this injury where you talk it out a little bit and you go, well, you know what, maybe I should go talk to somebody. Or maybe I'm going to talk to my captain at work. He's really approachable and he always has great advice. So I'm going to talk to him about that. So, we have this colored chart here to kind of simplify it, but it's really important for us to be able to, like, I always say, be able to go to the sink in your bathroom, put your hands on the counter, look at yourself in the mirror and go, I don't like the way I feel right now. Or go, you know what? I really like the things I'm doing to help me to start feeling better. I'm proud of me. I'm proud of me for making myself get to bed and get sleep. I'm proud of me for finally talking to my spouse about what's been bothering me with the stuff at work, and I'll give you a personal example of that is like I said earlier, I have 5 kids, and I have ranging from 20-year-old twins, and my son's in the military, down to I have a daughter who's turning 3 next week. And I wasn't the same sort of partner or father as I was with my twins as I am now. Probably because I'm old and gray hair, so I don't have the kind of get up and go like I used to. I'm more of a home. I'm pretty happy sitting at home. But the thing is one of the things is I wasn't good at communicating how trauma did take a role. I mean, I started as a volunteer firefighter when I was 19, and I was a paramedic by 21. And so I wasn't good at communicating that I had demons and a lot of them were trauma. And so you look at 20-year-olds, and my daughter's turning 3. And it was about a year and a half ago, my daughter was screaming. So she'd been hurt. It was something had happened, and she was screaming like a cry. And now that for those of you who have kids, there's different cry. There's the like I'm hungry or I'm throwing a temper tantrum cry, and then there's a I'm in pain cry, like my fingers caught in the door sort of thing. And something had happened that there was that finger caught in the door kind of cry, but it wasn't, she's not in danger, nothing's happening, but she's there, she's on that level. For me, I go straight to anger. Still, I knowing everything I know, I snap straight to like, will you shut that kid up? I'm not going to say that, but that's what's going in my head. Like, this has to stop. So I'm not going to say, would you shut my daughter up? So what's my thing is like, don't talk to me, leave me alone. And I as long as she's not in danger, I got to leave. I'm going to go in the other room. I don't want to deal with it. Well, that's all well and good for me protecting myself. But if you're a partner in a relationship, that partner doesn't understand why you overreact to that sort of crying. So and luckily, I have a fantastic wife. And so I had the ability, something just came over me one day. We were just sitting there a few days later, and I just said to her, I go, I got to talk to you about something. And I said, you know how when Georgia like cries and when Charlie used to cry like that I'm in pain cry, and I just told her, I said, you know, there's a call I was on one time where there was a kid I was trying to get to, and I couldn't, and when I finally got to them, the crying had stopped, but that was the crying. And so when my kid cries like that, that's where I go, and I'm angry because I didn't get there in time. It was nothing I could do, but that's where it takes me, and so that's my reaction. And she just looked at me and she's just like, you know, tears in her eyes, and said, "Oh my gosh, well, thank you for telling me. I had no idea." She just thought that when things got really screamy, that I just didn't want to be around. And how easy was that? I mean, it was hard for me to talk, but what a simple approach, right? Like if you want somebody to know something bothers you, you should tell them. And so I did that. You know, for me, it's hard to put my bravado aside sometimes. And I just said, like, that makes me want to just like curl up and cry. And I said, I don't react well. I apologize. And it was just like, no, I'm sorry. Like now. And so when it happens the last couple of years, it's first of all, I'm actually a little bit better at it now because she knows about it, so I don't have to hide the feelings are boiling up. But the other thing is she's just like, you know what, I got this, you go. And that's kind of my one kind of thing that really gets to me. And so I'm sure a lot of you have that sort of stuff too, but we have to remember that you know, just like when we're dealing with people with trauma, we have a past, we have things that have happened to us in the past, we have you know, we're all damaged goods in certain ways, so we have to recognize that. And going back to when you're the leader, when you're the boss, when you're the captain, when you're the lieutenant, when you're in charge, you have to be constantly, you know, we always had a model that we always want to send our crews home back to their families at the end of the day. That's from the physical perspective. But we also have an obligation. You want to step into a leadership role, you have the obligation to check in and make sure everyone goes home mentally as best they can too. And you know, you heard it on that video, and he said, I think there's stats that first responders have higher divorce rates. There's lots of stats on that. I mean, you know, some people blame the shift work and the nature of the work, but you know, you become damaged on this job. It's a way of life, and we do sign up for it. So we want to be aware of that. Any questions on that, or? And then we're going to get into a little bit of the history of CISM. Hey, you hip to my jive? How about some thumbs up? This is a quiet crowd. I mean, I'm used to everybody talking my ear off. Can everybody hear me?
You're totally good.
All right. That's all I need. Okay, so when we look at CISM, so critical incident stress management, and you know, I loved it kind of when Robert talked about that, is like when it first started. It's funny when places start to adapt the hey, peer support can work and diffusing can work. It's like, well, if we have this thing, we have to use it all the time, and we have to shove it down everyone's throats, and we have to make sure that it's utilized. And it's not the way it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be something that gets on our shelf, and we continue to build it through our education and our practice and our understanding and all these different things. And whenever we need it, we pull it off the shelf. But when we don't need it, we put it on the shelf. And sometimes people are like, no, we sent you to this training, we paid for it, and we have a peer support team, so it's going to sit in the middle of the table, and we're going to deal with it every day. And so when we look at where it came back, so if you look at like during World War I, anybody who was kind of dealing with the trauma from being in the, and I mean, if you've ever seen videos, the trenches full of water and the smells and that kind of thing, you know, you can't even imagine. And these are like 16-year-old kids, 18-year-old kids, right? So essentially when a person, and remember I talked about with stress, like with burnout, injury, high stress or severely stressed out, still working, but potential to go into an injury. You know, acute stress disorder or trouble processing trauma, you have a, you know, sort of, you're dealing with it, but PTSD, you have an injury, right? So when people were unable to fight or started to show cowardice started to even, back then it was if you were ordered to charge forward and you refused to go and went the other way, you could be shot for treason, right? So you were basically, they looked at it as lack of moral fiber, or the fact was that you were a coward or a malingerer. Malingerer meaning, you'd let everybody else go to the come on guys, let's go. Oh, I sprained my ankle, I'll be there in a second, kind of thing. But if you look at like and I mean, these are old stats, so one could always sort of try to take it all for what it is. I mean, these stats are from the early 1900s, but they say that 40% of the casualties were as a cause of mental breakdowns. So, there are people that would just, run out in the field, or people that would stop shooting and would get shot, or get into the hand-to-hand stuff and would just give up. But it was really looked at the fact that you just weren't able, you weren't man enough to deal with it. You were a coward, you suck it up buttercup kind of thing. And then when the war was over, you were basically written off as shell shocked, and you were kind of, it was your own fault. But you were no good to anyone else. So when we look at World War, going back to World War One, really they didn't see like, hey, we should learn a little bit about this, because if we can deal with it when it starts to rear its ugly head, like someone's saying, I see someone's hand shaking, maybe we could do some work, and instead of writing that person off, we could get them back and get them back into battle. So they started to look at it that way. So World War II, and I know my grandfather was a British soldier, and he was at stormed the beaches of Normandy on D-Day, and he evacuated out of Dunkirk, and he was all over. He was a soldier for the entire war. And I always had a difficult time getting him to talk. The only thing he ever wanted to talk about was Dunkirk, because he thought it was funny how they got out. But they started to see at that time that that they could do some work and get people back, and they did this in the Korean War as well. So they started to say, hey, this isn't a lack of moral fiber. Like, why is this person who a farm boy from Iowa that weighs 90 pounds and we thought was going to be a waste is an animal on the battlefield, and this guy that's 6'3" and looks like he could tear people apart with his bare hands is shaking in the corner. They realized that it wasn't a matter of bravado or fortitude. It was an injury, and that it could happen to anybody. And so they also started to really recognize the fact that camaraderie was really important, like the ability to talk things out, the ability to keep an eye on each other, and to not only did it keep up the motivation, but it was kind of going sort of, if you think about when we do group diffusings or debriefings, it was validating to hear, like, I'm not the only one who's scared here. I'm not the only one who can't believe the things I'm just seeing. So they started to really see that. And they also started to see that, hey, we can, whether it's through hypnosis or what have you, we can get these people back on track and lead them to battle. So when we get into the, I'll talk a bit more about that, Robert, when we take it off the shelf, because that's sort of our job as in peer support, is to know when to take it off the shelf, for sure. So now with Vietnam, they really kind of were well aware of, they've been in enough wars now. They know how quickly that mental health issues can wipe out a unit or wipe out people. And so they had those sorts of things in place, and they did do things like diffusings and so on. And oddly enough, I mentioned earlier that one of the things that's a known fact is that more soldiers from Vietnam completed suicide than were actually killed in battle. And so we look at like, well, why is that, when they were actually starting to do some work and starting to do some CISM, and they had the the VSO, and they had these numbers that they could call when they get back. But there was a few contributing factors, and one thing they didn't really pay a lot of attention to was, if you think about during World War I and World War II, the time from leaving the battle to the time to coming home, when either the war was over or your time in the war was over, was you were on a boat, and that was a long time period. So who are you on that boat with? Your peers. So you're on a boat with your peers for an extended period of time. And, that's what would happen, was there would be essentially like what we call today bumper talks, or peer support or peer diffusing. They would start to talk to each other and put some, some resiliency in the air, and they would work, feed off each other and validate each other and share their stories. And so when they did get home, they had that ability that they'd already done a little bit of work. Whereas with the Vietnam War, one of the things that they didn't really think about was they went straight from the battlefield onto a plane, and they're home the next day. And when they come home, they're coming home to people that were protesting the war, calling them baby killers. The operation outreach that they had put in place, thinking they were going to be able to support these soldiers, was was not up to the task at hand. And one of the things is, even with Robert's comment there, like knowing when we take our peer support team off the shelf and activate it, is that, like, even with EAP programs, and I do work for quite a few EAP programs and employee assistance programs. They're great, and it's good if you're in a job that has an employee assistance program, where if you're having trouble in your marriage, or you're having trouble with one of your children, or yourself, depression or anxiety, you can pick up the phone and you can call, and you can get in with a counselor, and you can go talk to somebody, or any of those things. So it's a great system to have in place, but it's not heavily utilized. And one of the things is that when an organization brings me in to deal with their psychological safety in the workplace and create a better work environment, and a more profitable and better work environment, when they hire me to do that, one of the biggest things that I go in and is I see all the time is like, well, we have a 1-800 poster in the lunchroom, we have a 1-800 poster in the library. And I tell people, when do you call 1-800 numbers for your EAP? You call it when it's the last ditch effort, when nothing else is going to work. So you look at your marriage, your spouses would look at each other and go, I had enough, I'm done. I don't care, we'll divide the house and the kids can stay. And so once the partner says, you know what, we should at least give it a try for the kids. Let's at least go to counseling. Fine, we'll go to counseling. So 1-800 number, right? Well, the days of the 1-800 number are gone. They're good. We got to have it there. So when you need the 1-800 number, and they're fantastic and they will always be utilized, but we need to be proactive, and we need to be able to be meeting people where they're at, boots on the ground. And we need to say to people that, somebody comes to work and says, yeah, me and my partner are struggling in our marriage. A friend would say, well, have you tried counseling? And that sometimes it's like, oh, you know what, maybe, yeah, I will try that. But when the workplace is fully supportive of mental health, and openly be not like openly be able to come in and sit in a group and talk about your marriage, but openly talking about how you're doing mental health wise, being able to say, hey, I'm having a tough day, or I need a family day, or those sorts of things. When workplaces do that, that's when people are more likely to say, hey, have you guys noticed Jeff hasn't eaten lunch with us the last 2 days? Yeah, he's been kind of staying in his office. You know what? Susie, you're good friends with Jeff. Why don't you go see what's going on? Yeah. So Susan comes in and says, hey, what's going on, buddy? You haven't had lunch this last few days. Just some things going on, and just struggling with my marriage. Well, you know what? Why don't you call the EAP program? A few people have done it. You know what? Yeah, I'll do that. So you see, that's psychological safety in the workplace. It's providing all those things so that it's not that last ditch effort, because oftentimes the EAP is a almost like a 911. Sorry, was it Karen? Somebody put their hand up.
It was Kimball. So
Oh, Kimball, sorry.
I just wanted to talk about the EAP program a little bit, because one of the things that we found that is the EAP program in the fire service is drastically underutilized.
Thank you
We
for saying that.
see it as something that is for the rest of the city. So our CISM team over the last year has really worked to increase the knowledge of that program. And one of the things that we did was we actually got our clinical psychologist recognized by our EAP program and as one of the providers, so that our guys can actually go out and use those 5 sessions and be able to, learn some coping mechanisms and things like that. It was a long process to do, but to be able to get Wayfound and Dr. Meckelhern recognized by our EAP program, who specialize in first responders, then, kind of made our guys a lot more willing to go to that stuff. And
that's awesome. No, so you're agreeing with my point, and that's great. I mean, that's such a good story. I love hearing that. And that's because, one of the biggest things that, especially in the fire service, is EAP or counseling is voodoo. It's holistic. It's like, why would I go to a counselor? What do they know about it? Right. And, when you're peer support and like the work that you're doing, Kimball, to make it part of what you're doing, to make it part of the whole process, that's when it works. And that's when it gets utilized. And so that kudos to you. That's great to hear.
I really like the point that you just made, because one of the pieces of feedback that I've received more times than I can count is that if I call the EAP, they don't know what it's like to do this thing that I do. They don't, the person I'm talking to on the other end of the phone, or the person that I go to see, doesn't understand what it's like to carry out XYZ task. And so I think having sort of a system within your own service that shows them, number one, you can talk to someone who does get it, and number two, like we all are in support of it. I think that is huge. So good on you guys.
Yeah, and good on you. And that's such a great point you made. And so often it starts to become, in a lot of situations, we get territorial, right? We get like, it's either you pick us or them, right? Do you want to use our peer support and keep it in-house and let us do because we know what you do? Or are you going to go off and call the EAP? No, it's gotta, like, my feelings aren't hurt if you want to use it. If you want to send everyone directly to EAP, that's fine. If you want me to work with your EAP, I will work with your EAP. What's my primary goal? My primary goal is preservation of people's lives and taking care of people. So if I'm not good at what I'm doing, or if I'm good at one part, but I know somebody who's better, I'm going to recommend them. And that's why even when I go and do the work that I do, I always recommend do you have an EAP? Call them. And like, I don't say I always recommend if they're doing well and they have a good supportive family and they're feeling good, then I'm not going to say call your EAP. They're going to say, you know what, I feel really good. I'm glad I came to talk to you. I got a great partner at home, and I'm feeling really actually a lot better. And so it's like, okay, so good. Keep doing what you're doing. And if you find that you kind of start backsliding again, call your EAP. That's great. But one of the things I hear a lot is, when I work with cities that have like EAP established, I'll go in and I'll say, I'll spend some time with them, and then I'll hear some people that are really struggling. And so I think they should call, it doesn't end here. You should call your EAP. And I'll say, I highly recommend you call your EAP and just follow up with this. And you know what I hear all the time is, I tried that. It was awful. It was a terrible experience. I hear that all the time, and not one, just one EAP. The biggest EAPs around, I hear it. And it's not always their fault. I mean, you can't, the amount of peoples they deal with, you can't, everybody can't be fully satisfied, but I hear it constantly. I tried that. It was a terrible experience. I'll never call the EAP again. And so one of the things that, and then because I used to do a lot of teaching for EAP companies, I would teach their programs, and I did crisis response for them. And they would ask me, like, how to go and stuff. And I was very honest. I go, the feedback I got is nobody trusts you. People feel like got an intake person who didn't listen to a word they said, and they don't feel like they were supported. And I told them that all the time, and they said, thank you for telling us. And so and that's another thing, a thing for us when we tell people to call the EAP, give them some advice on calling the EAP. So tell them, like, when you call, if let's say, for example, it's a issue that they're having with stress at work, and part of the stress is the fact that they have a child with special needs and their marriage is breaking down. I tell them all the time, I say, make sure that when you go there, when you get the intake person, you say, I need somebody who understands high stress workplace, that would understand having a child with learning disabilities, and somebody who understands marriage counseling. And I said, if you want a female, say I prefer a female. If you be specific, because that's the best way. And I go, and then if you go and you have a counseling appointment and you go and you spend 10 minutes talking to this person, and they say, and you're in your head, you're going, this is awful, this person doesn't get me. Just say to them, you know what, I thank you for your time, but I don't think we're the best fit, but I thank you for your time. And then call back and say, I want another one. And I say, if you get a bad haircut, do you never get your haircut again? No, you find a new barber. And I have lots of friends who are counselors and therapists, and I've never had one disagree, because they all agree I'm not a good fit for everybody. So what's our primary goal? Take care of people. So yeah, definitely. I love to hear that you guys are working to make the EAP just another cog in the wheel for your team. And that's great. Somebody raised their hand. Okay. So, and then CSM, when we started to get more into realizing that, hey, you don't have to have gone to a war to be dealing with critical incident stress. So more and more we started seeing it was associated with the things I have listed here. And then Jeffrey Mitchell in 1983 kind of developed the Mitchell model. And that's sort of where most of us started getting our training. It was the Mitchell model. And it's still used today in military and police and fire. And, once again, there's been a few times I've wanted to ask Jeffrey this, and I never actually asked him, but, there's times when I've been to do a group debriefing, and we just start talking a little bit, and the Mitchell model is just a perfect fit. You're thinking in your head, like, this model that you wrote, Jeffrey, was meant for this situation. And then there's other times that you'll go in, and maybe I'm going in as the mental health professional to support a peer support team, and they're going to do the Mitchell model, and we go in, and it's just not a fit. Nobody wants to be part of a group dynamic. People do want to talk one-on-one, or their situations, and again, it's like shoving that square peg in a round hole. So it's one of those things that the more things we know, if we have the ability to, maybe you start a Mitchell model thing, and people start walking out, and one person needs help, and you say, you know what, hey, why don't we go for a walk, do a walk and talk? Perfect. Or you do some safer model stuff. So you want to be able to adapt to the situation, and not just go in with one kind of tool. So any questions on kind of the history of CSM and stuff before we get into understanding critical incidents and the stress? Great comments. I'm glad people are talking up. It's great to hear the things you're doing, and the more that I hear them, I just love it. So when we look at we're going to kind of get into this critical incident and how it affects us, and then in our brain. And the most important thing that we're going to talk about is just understanding like the relationship with the amygdala and the hippocampus. So I'm going to get into the brain, but I just want you to kind of be able, for those that aren't very familiar with the fight or flight, it'll make a bit more sense, but that's kind of what you really want to focus on. So when we have the stages of a critical incident, we have that alarm stage. So as we jump and our body reacts, right? So if it's an emergency and our life's in danger, we go into that fight or flight. and we release, we're ready to go. So, you know, the cortisol's release, sugar, adrenaline, and things start to happen, right? Our muscles in our arms and legs get stronger, and our eyesight gets better, hearing gets better, your digestion shuts down, saliva production shuts down. So you're ready to save your life. So that happens when we either are threatened, or for first responders, it's when the call comes in, or possibly a call comes in and it's not articulated really well through 911 or however it comes. But when we get on scene, we see something completely different. Sorry, Kimbrel, did you want to add something and I missed you? Okay.
It might be, you have to hit the hand up symbol again if you want to put your hand back down.
Sorry. I have to push it down again. Sorry, like I said, I had to switch to my laptop, so everything's like compressed, and I have to like keep pulling things down on this one as opposed to my big one. Okay, so well, yeah, everybody can jump in at any time. So the impact, right? So it can be, first of all, we go into that focused, right? That's why we do rote training. We go into that focused sort of mode where we take all the emotions out of it, and we can do our job. If we're a bystander or we're affected by it, we can be overwhelmed, and it could really start to take a toll on us emotionally. So what is going on here? There we go. So first thing happens, so then for ourselves, we start to kind of, we call it the inventory stage. So we're either like confused about what's going on, trying to put a narrative to things or a story, or there's that disorientation, which means we don't really know, and that's where oftentimes you'll see that 1,000-yard stare. We either, during the inventory, we're either going to be confused, and we're going to either pull it together and be able to use our rote training or do what we need to do, or we're going to become disoriented and thus more susceptible to danger, or we're going to become frustrated with the situation and possibly not deal with it right, or possibly internalize a lot of things. And then we have that rescue. So the situation, it either goes north or goes south, goes good or bad. We don't, that's one of the things that's tough about first responders. The majority of us are type A personalities. And with type A, we like to be in control. We like to win. We like to have positive outcomes. What happens with, look at fires. We don't always win. We can't always be in control, and we don't always have positive outcomes. So why does it cause so much damage to us emotionally and psychologically? It's devastating for us. We have things that the way we're built, and emergencies are controlled chaos. That's what they are. So when we have the rescue for ourselves, we either are happy and we're high-fiving each other because we saved the person, or we caught the perp, or we did what we had to do. And it reminds us why we got in this job in the first place, and we're being validated by our coworkers. You're so good at this. You did a great job. Or things go south, and what do? We start to internalize things. We become frustrated. We start to doubt our abilities. We become sad and fearful of how things will go next time. So then that's why we have our peer supports, and why we educate our officers and our peer support teams and our officers to keep an eye out for it. So we have the ability to do stress management, where we can do things like diffusings or debriefings, or even bumper talks. Your officer after a call, we take it aside, or police, you sit on the hood of the car and you kind of talk a little bit about it. It's nothing formal, but we kind of talk it out, and we evaluate if you're the leader, you're evaluating how's everybody doing, what am I hearing, what am I seeing, that kind of thing. Maybe, you know what, let's do a diffusing when we get back. And then you run a diffusing with your peer support team, and they report back and say, I think the diffusing went really well, but there's a lot of emotions there. I'd like to call somebody in tomorrow and do a formal debriefing. So you activate a debriefing. And then what would we do out of this? It starts to become that empowerment. So we either, if somebody's struggling with what they've seen or what they've been through, we might be able to give them some resolution to kind of get the answers they need and find out what they need to do to move forward. And if it goes further, even into like say counseling or therapy, we always have that option for post-traumatic growth, which is a wonderful thing, you know. And you know, again, when we talk about go straight to PTSD, I like to be optimistic and think that we're going to go to post-traumatic growth. And so, you know, for those of you that are, you know, when oftentimes people kind of ask like, well, what is the difference between doing a diffusing, you know, we do those diffusings within 24 hours, we try, and then we try to do, if we're going to do a debriefing, formal debriefing, we do it within 24 to 72 hours. And, you know, the reasoning is we really want you to get like a night's sleep and some time with your family and some time to, how are you eating? How are you sleeping? How are the intrusive thoughts? How is the avoidance? Those sorts of things. And when we do a debriefing, we'll get a better indication of that because you have had that 24 hours. But one of the questions I get asked a lot is you know, what is the benefit of doing this, as opposed to saying, well, the person could tell me right now that they're struggling and they're going to need counseling and therapy for this and time away from work. So what is the point of the diffusing? And I always liken it to, you know, if you look at peer support and critical incident stress management, it's like a Band-Aid. So if you look at, you know, if somebody cuts your finger and you look at it, you stop the bleeding and you put a Band-Aid on it, right? And then you go home and you don't really give it a second thought. The next day you pull the Band-Aid off and you look and it's healing. There's a scab there. It doesn't look like there's any infection. It's not bleeding any longer, so you leave it. And if I came up to you in a month and said, you know, oh, how's your finger where you had that cut? You're going to go, it's no, it was this finger. No, yeah, it's okay. It's healed. I still have a little scar, but it's healed. That's good. Now, if you cut your finger and you go home and you put that Band-Aid on, the CISM, you do put a Band-Aid on, you go home the next day and, you know, your breakfast, you pull the Band-Aid off and you look and it's still bleeding. And now there's a little bit of infection and it's spreading up. What are you going to do? You're going to go to your doctor. You're probably going to need stitches. You might need a tetanus shot. You might need some antibiotics because your body is not dealing with this properly. So you go to the doctor and you get the help you need. That's a lot like CISM, right? Is we come in, we do our job. And if you wake up tomorrow and you feel good about it and you feel like things are going the right direction and you're doing well, then that's good. Just keep an eye on it. And you know, hopefully it's going to be something that you do grow from. And I'll talk a little bit more about post-traumatic growth after. But if it's not something that you're dealing well with, then you got to go get help and you got to take a look at it. But what, you know, getting back to like what Robert said, what was a good kind of knock on the door, like, hey, I think you should probably go get help. It was the diffusing that your peer support team did, or the plan that you have in place with your EAP, all those things that you're talking about. Those are the sorts of things that build up. So any questions on it? Does that make sense? You're all hip to me. So like I talked about, is that acute stress disorder is those, you know, those heavy, thank you, Karen, for agreeing with me. You made my day. The acute stress disorder, you know, you're going to feel it. It's going to be hard. It's going to hit you heavy and it's going to scare you because, you know, no one wants to have nightmares where you wake up, you know, sweating and vivid nightmares. But post-traumatic stress means that it's gone on for longer than a month. So we look at the brain and again, you know, you break it out into all the different areas, but the most important thing for you to understand is the hippocampus and the amygdala. So this is like our fight or flight centers. So when we have, before we even get to the hippocampus, when we look at the amygdala, and it's the alarm circuit of your brain. So it's meant to make decisions quickly and equip your body to deal with it. If you didn't have the ability to go into fight or flight, if your family was born without an amygdala, you would never have made it through evolutionary wise. So you would have, your family would have been come out of the cave and said, oh, look at that cute saber-toothed tiger that's running at me. Wow, that's a big cat. Boy, they run quick. And, oh boy, that's getting quick. It's almost near me. I should probably get into a cave. Well, it's too late, right? As opposed to you get out and you see this thing, you're running on it, and your brain automatically goes into, okay, it's far enough away that I could go, I can hide, I need a weapon, and so you're gonna run. You're not gonna fight it. So, and when we look at what happens to us, and our amygdala and our fight or flight, it's not meant to be utilized the way it is nowadays. It's meant to save our lives. It's meant to protect us. And what happens now is we live in, I heard a study once, and I don't want to be quoted on this, but I don't know if it's 100% true, but I heard that your fight or flight, genetically wise, is meant to be, or biologically wise, is meant to be activated no more than like 20 times in your life, between 5 and 20 times, I heard. That's the way we were designed. And that's because we didn't live in packs of cities with cars and horns and people and jobs that were stressed and phone ringing. We lived in a village where if there was a danger, we would deal with it, or we lived in away from everything. So on a smaller scale, you look at, and a good example I give very often is, like, you think about when you're driving your car. So if I was going to Kelowna, and thank you, Audrey, I'm glad you had glad you enjoyed it. So if you're driving your car and you're going to see people 4 hours away, for everybody back east, it's the lakes, and but anyway, so you're driving along the road, and it's a beautiful sunny day, and I'm taking everybody back to the 80s. So you're in your Trans Am and you got your T-tops off and you're listening to Bon Jovi, Living on a Prayer, and you're flying down the highway and you're singing and you're living on a prayer and you're just having a great time, and you're speeding, and then all of a sudden you look to your left and you go by and there's a police officer pulled to the side waiting for speeders, and you're like, oh no, what happens? Think about what happens to your body. Your heart starts to do this, your mouth starts to dry up, you start to feel flushed, and your mind starts racing, and you're looking in your rearview mirror going, oh no, please, no, 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 no. And what do you see? The car that pulls out behind, the lights come on, and you're going, oh, I should have, you pull over, and your brain's racing, but you've gone into that fight or flight. So you've released the cortisol, the adrenalines, the sugars, your muscles are stronger, you're ready to fight if you need to. And again, your digestion's shut down, and your saliva production is all shut down. So all of a sudden you've turned Bon Jovi down and you're thinking, oh, great, a ticket, and boom, cop goes right by you. He wasn't coming for you, he was going for another call. So what happens? You're like, oh, first person, you're looking up the sky, thank you. Bon Jovi goes back up, you pull it back, and you're living on a prayer and singing again, and the windows are coming down. The problem is you've done it to your body. You've released it. You've released the Kraken. You've activated your fight or flight. So you get up to, I'm using Kelowna as an example, which is like 4 hours away, where we go up for summer all the time. So you get up there and you see everybody, and you're all going to go watch the hockey game and have some chicken wings and maybe go play some golf or something. And you get up there and you're telling the story, you're like, oh my gosh, I got to tell you what happened to me. I was driving along, and then cop pulls out, and I thought I was doomed, and it was a ticket, but he was going for someone else. And like, so I crept here the whole way, speed limit the whole way here. And what a great story. And then so you're sitting around and you have a beer, and all of a sudden it's like, come on, we're going to head out. Everybody want to go. And you're going, oh, you know what? I just want to lie here for a bit. I feel tired. Like my body's aching. And I'm like, oh, you know what? I got a headache. My stomach's like, this beer's not, can't even finish this beer. I don't feel good. And I'm not hungry at all. You know what? I think I'm going to have a nap so that I'm good for golf tomorrow. That's what you've done. You've activated that fight or flight. So the thing is, that's an example of how in society now we activate those sorts of things all the time. There's only one way to burn that out, and that's exercise. Burn that. You have to burn it out through exercise. But you think about people that are constantly going into that fight or flight or near fight or flight, the damage that we're doing to our bodies, both mentally and physically. And so if we look at the amygdala, what it does is it makes those decisions. When the amygdala makes that decision, it shuts the hippocampus no longer is going to get in there, which is where your real emotions and anything that you've learned or any memory that you have, all the data that you can access and say, this is not really a threat. Your amygdala has made that sloppy decision and said, I'm making a judgment call. It's time for us to run or time for us to fight. So you think about if you're deathly afraid of snakes and somebody throws a rope into the room, that person jumps and screams and runs out, and all of a sudden they get out the door and they hear everyone laughing. And what do they start thinking? They start thinking, wait a minute, I'm in downtown Vancouver. Why would there be a cobra in the middle of the boardroom? Because you start to think, but your amygdala didn't allow you to get to that. It made that sloppy decision for you. So that's, we want to understand that's what happens. And so when we go to help people afterwards, sorry, I'm trying to, oh, sorry. This, I tell you, doing this in the laptop is a lot more difficult. So understanding that when we get to talk to people and we want to help them or we want to assess like how things are going, the cognitive level is not always where we need it to be. And that's why it's not a good time for therapy or long-term support. It's more of a time to do the psychological first aid, to assess, to evaluate, to listen, to hear what you're hearing. So the amygdala is essentially, it's quick, it's the boss, and it makes sloppy decisions, and it's meant to save our lives, really. So I'm just trying to read comments as we get on this one's to everyone. We offer support to members, they decline them. Oh, sorry, that's the old one. Something's going on here with this, the message board. It might be because Kale left. So like I said that, oftentimes, one of the first things that goes is numbers, right? So oftentimes people, you'll ask them to, they'll say, can I talk to you? And they'll want to talk to you. And they can't put their words together. They're struggling to draw from the information or from things. And so they're not really, and that's why, like, if you go to that Mitchell model, why we try to take them from like an emotional and into a cognitive, and then, we try to either have it in the discussion in a cognitive state or in an emotional state. And so one of the things that I find works really well oftentimes is if you have somebody come in and you can see they're obviously emotionally distressed, and maybe a little bit of the story about what's happened, that they're probably coming in a very emotional state. And so if you're having a conversation with them, they're not with you, and it might be 5 minutes in the conversation, they might say, I'm sorry, I haven't heard a word you said. So one of the little things I do very often is that if it's just a one-on-one situation, I'll put two chairs. I'll put one over there and like one with the wall and one looking out a window, and I'll say, oh, come on in. And I say, would you rather look out the window or would you rather sit by the wall there? And they'll say, oh, either I don't care. And I go, well, it's up to you. I mean, it's a beautiful day out if you'd rather look out the window, but if you'd rather just sit by the wall, you can sit by the wall. And they'll say, you know what, I'll just sit by the wall. So that snaps that emotional state of mind there, and that snaps them into that cognitive. They have to make a decision right at that point. So they snap into that cognitive state to choose that chair. And now that they're in there now, we have a little bit of an opportunity to talk and hopefully maintain that kind of discussion. But we have to keep in mind, there's times that a large scale thing, and I'll tell the group and I'll say, okay, everybody, so we're just gonna have a little discussion here, but when we're done, there will be a bus and it's gonna take you to, it's leaving at 6:30 and it's taking you to a hotel where your families are waiting for you, and there's food and your family, and you'll be taken care of. And then I'll say to them later, I'll say, did I tell you about the bus that's coming? And they go, no, is there a bus coming? And it's because I know that's kind of the state they're in. So they really will have a difficult time, articulating. So, bear with them. And that's a great opportunity for you in peer support to be able to say, hey, that's normal. It's normal for people to be in a very emotional state, to have trouble articulating their words. And so, you'll have somebody that's had the same phone number for 30 years, and you'll say to them, what's your phone number? And they'll go, it's, oh, I can't remember my phone number, right? I've had the same phone number for 30 years. Well, it's because the numbers is one of the first things to go. So they might not be able to tell you. They're going to have a lot of trouble concentrating. So, that's why we have to carefully, keep our discussions short and stay kind of on topic and really listen. The more that we can allow them to talk and we can listen, the better. The problem solving might be impacted, and that's why we always have concerns about risky behavior afterwards, right? And it really can, again, oftentimes they say shattered, and I like to use altered, but it can really alter our perceptions. So where are we, like, when we go into these situations, right? How susceptible are we to stress? So go back to take away traumatic stress and just take regular stress. Okay, so you look at, all we see right now, and I know you've all seen it too, you go to like a grocery store, go to a Walmart or something, inevitably somebody in that Walmart will be yelling at a staff member right now for the last year with the COVID stuff, or at a grocery store. Once a week at least, you're going to see somebody yelling at a retail clerk or at a store worker. And it's because people's stress levels are so high. And most people, when they're stressed out, their conditioned thinking is to go to anger. And so we're seeing so much of that. And a lot of the courses I'm putting together now are how to deal with difficult people in the workplace, how to do difficult behavior in the workplace. So, a lot of people's primary go-to way of expressing how they're feeling is anger, right? And so you take that person who's yelling, let's say it's at Starbucks, and they're yelling at the barista because their latte wasn't foamy enough. And so they're yelling and about the foam, and the person's just sitting there and they're taking it and blah, blah, blah. If I walk up to that person in there and I say, what's going on? They're going to look at me and they're going to go, I'm angry, right? Now, if I gain their trust and I have the ability to talk to them and they say, yeah, I want to talk to you, and we sit down and I say, how are you doing? They're going to say, you know what? I just lost my job. My marriage is breaking down. I'm sick. I have an illness, and I just haven't had a good day in a month. So I'm scared, and I'm confused, and I'm worried, and I'm lost. So what emotion we heard? Scared, lost, confused. But how did they describe it to you? Anger. It's the easiest. It's the easiest thing to do. I'm angry. And how did it come out? I'm angry. So what do? I take it out on somebody. I can't hold it in anymore. So I take it out on somebody. I yell. And that's why oftentimes with leadership, when you have a leader who's constantly aggressive and bullying and yelling or demeaning and challenging everything people do, it's because deep down inside, they're fearful that you know too much and that you know more than they do. And so the only way they can control you is through intimidation. Now, it's not always the case, but oftentimes that's the case. So if you look at stress, when we go, our susceptibility when we go to a call. So go back to that Starbucks barista. Now take that same person and they come in and they're joking with the barista and they say, you know what? Once again, you screwed up my phone, but you know what? I would never go anyone else because you're my favorite barista. And they're like, thanks, John. It's so good to see you. And it's like, oh, and then they walk by me and they go, I don't know why I come here. I literally have had a terrible coffee every time. And I go, can I ask you, why is it that you come here all the time? Because your coffees are always awful. It's like, just Peter, the barista, is such a good guy. And you know what, it's a bad latte. Who cares? And if I said to them, what's going on in your life? Tell me about your life. Well, I got my dream job. My marriage is amazing. My health is amazing. And I'm happy. So that person, same situation, two different backgrounds. That's why one was anger and the other one was happiness. So when we look at going to trauma, what is our susceptibility to stress? Where are we at in our life? Are we running on no sleep and a lot of stress at home, or stress with our coworkers and so on? So that's why we have to look at things are different. And once again, getting back to like what we talked about is, trauma is in the eye of the beholder. So is our susceptibility of stress, because now look at the incidents. Now, I think it was it Karen who was talking about the burns. Well, regardless, like that really resonated with me, the smells and the feelings. So calls that like, you look at time of day, a call that happens to you in the daytime, oftentimes if you have that exact same call at nighttime, it is a completely different level of stress. And how long were we at that call? So these are the kind of things that you want to know. If you know the victim. So I do a lot of work with, through the JIBC, I do a lot of work with First Nations and First Nation health authorities and up in the interior with all kinds of communities, First Nation communities, Indigenous communities. Hey, in 30 some odd years of being on the street and going to a lot of horrible calls, I never went to one for somebody I knew. You go to a small community like that, especially in First Nations, they know every single person they go to calls for. And you can't tell me that that's not a whole nother level of stress. And that's why it's important for us when we are helping them or teaching them or coaching them, is to acknowledge that. It's like, you're like, this is amazing that you can do this. And I want to give you all the tools I can, because that's tough. So dealing with relatives of a victim, I talked to you about, that CPR. That was, many times it wasn't the death of the person that I dealt with, it was the family's reactions to the death that was the hardest part. Heavy media involvement, that's a big one now, not only because it used to be when we said heavy media, it was because there was cameras around and lots of people, but now it's because there's that fear of being judged or criticized or critiqued for the things that we do. So if you look at this list here, the susceptibility to stress, the incident, very often this list here will be used when we design operational guidelines or operational procedures as to when to activate a peer support team. So if so if you're, say, your EMS and you have operational guidelines for your department, and it says, so you can activate your peer support at any time when you want, but when these sorts of things happen, you will at least call the coordinator for the peer support team and make them aware that this situation has happened. So that's really important. So and so I know, like with fire departments, ours is always like death of a colleague, multiple casualties, high media, anytime there's a child involved. So those are things that are going to make that call far more stressful. And then the work environment, do you feel like you have a psychologically safe environment that you're working in? Do you feel like you're a team? Do you feel like you're going to be criticized or judged, or is your input valued, or is it like, and I know, especially, with fire, we're a paramilitary organization. So when I first started, a lot of my, officers were war vets, and you don't talk for, the rule was you don't open your mouth for your first 5 years. Your opinion is not worth anything. And we know a lot more now, and we know a lot better now. And so, but if you come to a work environment where you're looking forward to coming to work and you feel supported and motivated and inspired and trained, then we got a far better chance of not feeling that high stress environment. But if you feel like everyone's nitpicking or judging or pointing the fingers or possibly going to throw somebody under the bus if things go wrong, that's a high stress work environment for first responders. So any questions on that stuff? And then I'm going to put on a little, I don't know if any of you have seen this. Kelly's a great speaker, and this is her talk on stress, and it's kind of give you a good understanding, not traumatic stress, just regular stress. But, much like, when we talk about mind, body, it's not mind and body. Mind, body are one. One does not work without the other. And, when we're stressed, we can't think our way out of stress, but we can say to our body, hey, let's get the breathing under control, and let's get all the heart rate and the blood pressure and that under control. Then we'll get to work on this and thinking about the stress. But right now, we can't think our way out of it. And it doesn't work the other way around. So with Kelly, she's just going to talk to you more about stress. And I think she does a very good job of explaining stress. So before I put it on though, is there any questions thus far as to what we've kind of covered? Speak up, beeps. I want to hear your voices. Is everybody enjoying, or is everybody on board, or is there anybody there?
If nobody else wants to talk, I'll throw something at you. Made a comment about
No, I just joking.
Just like being in touch with like reactions that aren't obvious. So like you made a comment earlier about someone who doesn't come to sit and eat lunch with the group, and that can kind of be a trigger that they're maybe struggling. I had one experience that has stuck with me my whole life, and it was actually I used to work in construction, and there was an electrician who would sing all day long. And it was a site where you couldn't have radios. So people would fight to be on this guy's crew because he would keep them entertained all day. And he came back after Christmas one year and he had stopped singing, and no one noticed anything because aside from the fact that he wasn't singing, nothing else had really changed. Still was, smiling, seemed happy. And I approached him to ask him why it was that he wasn't singing. And over the Christmas break, he had been through a really traumatic event. Like there was a break-in at his house and they came in through the window in his daughter's room, just like very, very traumatic for him. And ultimately, we were able to get him set up with resources and allow him to go back home and take some time off. But I think it's not always the obvious things that lead us to realize that someone needs help. I think one thing that TVs and movies have been really good for is convincing people that it's crying and anger that, means something is wrong with someone. And sometimes it's the slightest change that only really someone who knew them might identify.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. That's so true. And I'll share a bit with you. Is for me, when I really first became interested in CSM was in the mid 90s, and I became a peer support, and I saw the value in it from I'd been in the ambulance for years in the early 90s, and I saw the value in it, and I wanted to be part of peer support, and I had learned how to do diffusings and assist with debriefings and so on, and then there's kind of two. So when 9/11 happened, I was part of a group that I went to New York twice. The first time was we were told that some of the firefighters were still alive and that they were knocking on pipes and stuff. So I was there as a group looking, and obviously that didn't turn out well. But that was the first time that I started to go, okay, something feels like it's snapping inside me. And I'd already been first responder for many years. And I'll tell you the story. I was we left Ground Zero. We were at an Irish pub. Still, you had to wear your uniforms everywhere for security and covered in dust. And I was in the bathroom. I was drinking a pint of Guinness and having my Guinness and Jameson that I used to love. And I go downstairs to use the washroom, and I'm standing there and just having a pee, listening to the music, and all of a sudden, it was like something just went, and my knees buckled, and I fell, and I just started crying. And I never had it happen to me before. It's never happened since. That was 20 years ago. It never happened to me, and I didn't know what happened. It was just like the moment. It was like, I guess, when somebody has a seizure or a heart attack, it just came. And there's two parts to that. The first part was I was on a bathroom floor, and I'm a germaphobe. So all I was thinking is, oh my God, I touched the bathroom floor with my hands. That was part of it. But the second part was me like not being able to breathe, not being able to cry. It wasn't a panic attack. It was just like literally an emotion. And it was, what is happening to me? How is this happening? And so I finally pulled myself together and I go upstairs and pretend like nothing ever happened. And I never talked about it again. And I always wondered what that was. But I knew then that something was, there was something to like stress, that because it happened a day after we had just found a pocket with a bunch of our guys in it, and we pulled them out, and it just was too much for me seeing the bunker gear and stuff. And I tell you, we would go to, there's a church that was right across the street from Ground Zero, and we would go sit there and you could get some time to have some water and coffee and sandwiches and stuff. And there was always people like me, like crisis responders and mental health people. They were circling around like seagulls, and they would be like looking, wanting to talk with you to do support. And I just, even though I knew they were there for good, I just didn't want to talk to anybody. I wanted to be left alone, and I wanted to be with my peers, and I wanted to laugh, and I wanted to relax. And after that day, that was about probably 3 days in, and then I was at that church that day, and I remember I have to back up. There was a priest, like a guy from Ireland that was there, and he's a Catholic priest, and he would walk around just doing everything, just grabbing stuff all the time. And I remember he'd always be like, walk by and just give you a little smile and wink, and he'd go, "You all right, son?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, thanks, Father," and that was it. But you never engaged. And I remember after that day, I wanted to talk to him. Like in my head, I was like, I really want to talk to him. I don't know why, but I feel like I need to talk to him. And he walked out like he was walking out on a mission, like he was going to do sandwiches or something. I didn't say anything to him. I didn't like look at him with wide eyes or go, "Come over here." I just looked up with my head, and he looked over at me, and he stopped everything he was doing, and he just shot over and sat with me. And it was like, that was the first day. And you know what? I don't even remember what he said, but I know that it was the right things. And it felt so much better talking to somebody and having somebody like recognize that I was struggling. That was the day that I said, this is when I retire from fighting fires, I'm going to make sure that I pass this on and help people in my way, which is more in this stuff. But the value of, and you guys have been saying it, so it's so wonderful to hear, is being educating ourselves on this stuff, but understanding that it's not always the like, "Oh, you were at that call, so you must be damaged." It's looking at the person who's normally whistling or singing at work and going, "Have you guys noticed they haven't like whistled in like today at all?" And somebody goes, "Actually, you know what? They haven't whistled in a week." And it's going and finding them when they're sitting outside having a coffee and just going, "Hey, what's going on?" And it's just, sometimes it's like when you look at a child in a playground when they're running around and they slip and they fall, and the first thing they do is turn around to look if mom or dad's looking at them. If mom or dad's looking at them, they're going to cry like they've just been shot. If mom or dad aren't looking at them, they're going to dust themselves off and go play again. And that's that emotional connection. And so quite often with, and that's why it's wonderful, the things you guys are saying is like, you're getting it. It's like, we need to have that's why we have to be good human beings and have that empathy and compassion. But it's being, understanding critical incident stress as a in a first responder workplace or any high stress workplace. It goes beyond the big ding, 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 that's a bad call. It goes to, "Hey, have you noticed so-and-so said their marriage is falling apart, and they seem to be drinking all the time, and they've been coming to work late, and they're never happy anymore." We need to understand those and be able to step in then. So great conversation, you guys. Mind you, I'm doing all the talking, or majority. I'd rather you guys talk, but I hope that it's making sense what we're talking about. But the things you're saying is so great, and thank you for the nice comments, you guys. That is very kind. Oh, you like the kids one? That's good. It's true. It's you watch a kid, they'll turn around and it's like, and you've probably already done it. Any of the parents, you see that they're not hurt and they turn to look at you and you go, and then they turn away and you're like, "Oh, smart one, Dad, high five." But if they see you looking are you okay? Guess what's going to happen? The tears, and that's terrible. So let's watch Kelly here, and we'll and let me know what you think about it. And again, this isn't critical incident stress. She's just talking about stress. Oh shoot! You know what? I got to go to. Hang on. What time is it? You know what? It's lunch. I'll get Kale, because this one is in the. I'll get Kale to line up the video. So do you guys want to come back at 1 o'clock, or how are you set for times? We can do whatever you want for time wise. How long lunches do you guys want? Or, I mean, I'd like to offer you an hour.
Who experienced a lot of stress but did not view stress as harmful were no more likely to die. In fact, they had the lowest risk of dying of anyone in the study, including people who had relatively little stress. Now, the researchers estimated that over the 8 years they were tracking deaths, 182,000 Americans died prematurely, not from stress, but from the belief that stress is bad for you. That is over 20,000 deaths a year. Now, if that estimate is correct, that would make believing stress is bad for you the 15th largest cause of death in the United States last year, killing more people than skin cancer, HIV, AIDS, and homicide. You can see why the study freaked me out. Here I've been spending so much energy telling people stress is bad for your health. So this study got me wondering, can changing how you think about stress make you healthier? And here the science says yes. When you change your mind about stress, you can change your body's response to stress. Now, to explain how this works, I want you all to pretend that you are participants in a study designed to stress you out. It's called the social stress test. You come into the laboratory and you're told you have to give a 5-minute impromptu speech on your personal weaknesses to a panel of expert evaluators sitting right in front of you. And to make sure you feel the pressure, there are bright lights and a camera in your face, kind of like this. And the evaluators have been trained to give you discouraging nonverbal feedback, like this. Now that you're sufficiently demoralized, time for part 2, a math test. And unbeknownst to you, the experimenter has been trained to harass you during it. Now, we're gonna all do this together. It's gonna be fun for me. Okay. I want you all to count backwards from 996 in increments of 7. You're gonna do this out loud as fast as you can, starting with 996. Go. Go faster. Faster, please. You're going too slow. Stop, 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 stop. That guy made a mistake. We're gonna have to start all over again. You're not very good at this, are you? Okay, so you get the idea. Now, if you were actually in this study, you'd probably be a little stressed out. Your heart might be pounding, you might be breathing faster, maybe breaking out into a sweat. And normally we interpret these physical changes as anxiety or signs that we aren't coping very well with the pressure. But what if you viewed them instead as signs that your body was energized, was preparing you to meet this challenge? Now, that is exactly what participants were told in a study conducted at Harvard University. Before they went through the social stress test, they were taught to rethink their stress response as helpful. That pounding heart is preparing you for action. If you're breathing faster, it's no problem. It's getting more oxygen to your brain. And participants who learned to view the stress response as helpful for their performance, well, they were less stressed out, less anxious, more confident. But the most fascinating finding to me was how their physical stress response changed. Now, in a typical stress response, your heart rate goes up and your blood vessels constrict like this. And this is one of the reasons that chronic stress is sometimes associated with cardiovascular disease. It's not really healthy to be in this state all the time. But in the study, when participants viewed their stress response as helpful, their blood vessels stayed relaxed like this. Their heart was still pounding, but this is a much healthier cardiovascular profile. It actually looks a lot like what happens in moments of joy and courage. Over a lifetime of stressful experiences, this one biological change could be the difference between a stress-induced heart attack at age 50 and living well into your 90s. And this is really what the new science of stress reveals, that how you think about stress matters. So my goal as a health psychologist has changed. I no longer want to get rid of your stress. I want to make you better at stress. And we just did a little intervention. If you raised your hand and said you'd had a lot of stress in the last year, we could have saved your life. Because hopefully the next time your heart is pounding from stress, you're going to remember this talk and you're going to think to yourself, this is my body helping me rise to this challenge. And when you view stress in that way, your body believes you and your stress response becomes healthier. Now, I said I have over a decade of demonizing stress to redeem myself from. So we are going to do one more intervention. I want to tell you about one of the most underappreciated aspects of the stress response. And the idea is this: stress makes you social. To understand this side of stress, we need to talk about a hormone, oxytocin. And I know oxytocin has already gotten as much hype as a hormone can get. It even has its own cute nickname, the cuddle hormone, because it's released when you hug someone. But this is a very small part of what oxytocin is involved in. Oxytocin is a neurohormone. It fine-tunes your brain's social instincts. It primes you to do things that strengthen close relationships. Oxytocin makes you crave physical contact with your friends and family. It enhances your empathy. It even makes you more willing to help and support the people you care about. Some people have even suggested we should snort oxytocin to become more compassionate and caring. But here's what most people don't understand about oxytocin. It's a stress hormone. Your pituitary gland pumps this stuff out as part of the stress response. It's as much a part of your stress response as the adrenaline that makes your heart pound. And when oxytocin is released in the stress response, it is motivating you to seek support. Your biological stress response is nudging you to tell someone how you feel instead of bottling it up. Your stress response wants to make sure you notice when someone else in your life is struggling so that you can support each other. When life is difficult, your stress response wants you to be surrounded by people who care about you. Okay, so how is knowing this side of stress going to make you healthier? Well, oxytocin doesn't only act on your brain, it also acts on your body. And one of its main roles in your body is to protect your cardiovascular system from the effects of stress. It's a natural anti-inflammatory. It also helps your blood vessels stay relaxed during stress. But my favorite effect on the body is actually on the heart. Your heart has receptors for this hormone. And oxytocin helps heart cells regenerate and heal from any stress-induced damage. This stress hormone strengthens your heart. And the cool thing is that all of these physical benefits of oxytocin are enhanced by social contact and social support. So when you reach out to others under stress, either to seek support or to help someone else, you release more of this hormone, your stress response becomes healthier, and you actually recover faster from stress. I find this amazing that your stress response has a built-in mechanism for stress resilience. And that mechanism is human connection. I want to finish by telling you about one more study. And listen up, because this study could also save a life. This study tracked about 1,000 adults in the United States, and they ranged in age from 34 to 93. And they started the study by asking, how much stress have you experienced in the last year? They also asked, how much time have you spent helping out friends, neighbors, people in your community? And then they used public records for the next 5 years to find out who died. Okay, so the bad news first. For every major stressful life experience, like financial difficulties or family crisis, that increased the risk of dying by 30%. But, and I hope you are expecting a but by now, but that wasn't true for everyone. People who spent time caring for others showed absolutely no stress-related increase in dying, 0. Caring created resilience. And so we see once again that the harmful effects of stress on your health are not inevitable. How you think and how you act can transform your experience of stress. When you choose to view your stress response as helpful, you create the biology of courage. And when you choose to connect with others under stress, you can create resilience. Now, I wouldn't necessarily ask for more stressful experiences in my life, but this science has given me a whole new appreciation for stress. Stress gives us access to our hearts. The compassionate heart that finds joy and meaning in connecting with others. And yes, your pounding physical heart working so hard to give you strength and energy. And when you choose to view stress in this way, you're not just getting better at stress, you're actually making a pretty profound statement. You're saying that you can trust yourself to handle life's challenges. And you're remembering that you don't have to face them alone. Thank you.
So I remember seeing that video, and like Victoria said, it's such a good video. And you know, she's a great speaker, Kelly, and her books are fantastic as well. But you know, it's funny because it's one of the things that, you know, we completely demonize stress, and we you know, talk about, you know, even a lot of the I remember early on, a lot of the courses when I would teach for other people, you know, were entitled Stress Busters or Eliminate Stress, or you know, and even with things like anxiety and depression and so on, is oftentimes, you know, we talk about like, you know, eliminate anxiety, eliminate depression in your life, and we don't talk about, you know, well, why don't we look at it first and see where it came from? Because if we don't, there's a very good chance it's going to come back. And I think that's one of the biggest things, is we really have to be able to look at ourselves and see why these things are happening to us, and why we're sorry, I'm going to have to pop this back up here. Get my zoom up, and then for some reason I've lost my video. Anyways, we have to be able to look at stress. We have to look at, if we're dealing with anxiety and depression, we have to be able to look at it. We have to be able to figure out why is it in our lives. We can't just bust it and say, whoo, glad that's gone, that'll never happen again. We need to be curious. Why are we feeling higher levels of stress right now? Why are we dealing with anxiety? Why are we dealing with depression? And it's really important that we instead of just sticking our head in the sand and going, stay away from anxiety, stress, depression, we need to look at, okay, next time it comes up again, how am I going to be more resilient? How am I going to avoid having, you know, a depressive episode or a depressive time in my life take me down that rabbit hole to where it takes a long time to dig out again. Next time I'm going to recognize it, go, hey, you know what? I've been isolating myself for 2 days now and not doing anything healthy. So I don't want to go back to where I was. So maybe I should do some work. So anybody else's thoughts on Kelly's video? Sorry, I'm trying to, or what we talked about so far. Anybody have any thoughts, or you're just perfectly happy? Somebody give me a thumbs up and I'm happy.
I am really enjoying this training. I actually just told our executive director all about it, and that it's the first training in a long time that I've actually paid attention all the way through. So thank you.
Oh, that's super sweet. Well, That's so nice to hear, and thank you so much for that. That's couldn't get a better compliment, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. So that's, I mean, that's the biggest thing is we have to train appropriately to deal with our workload. And you know, one of the things that would really was disconcerting when I was, you know, I would get a course on, say, communication skills. And one day I'd be teaching a law firm in Vancouver, and the next day I'd be in the oil fields of Alberta teaching the same course, because that's, you know, under the same company. Those are two different work environments, two different cultures, two different personalities. You just can't, you know, there's some of the fundamental stuff's there, but you have to have the ability to talk to the people that are on site, find out how many employees they have, find out what kind of issues they're dealing with, find out what works, what doesn't work, and then take those fundamentals and model the training for them. So thank you, that's great. So again, my chat is for some reason not wanting to stay where I'm at. So I'm trying to put that down and let's try this again. Okay, I can't see your chat right now, so I'll try and figure it out on the break. So anyways, so if you like I said, feel free to jump in or anything, but for the second, I can't see your chats.
I'll let you know.
Okay, perfect, Victoria,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
So when we look at CISM, now don't be too concerned if this is like above and beyond what you're doing or what you understand or anything. I just wanted to give you the full gamut of kind of how CISM works, mostly in first responder industry. And you know, one of the biggest things that I've heard early on from many of you, which is great, is you're working with your EAP, you're working with your management or your leaders and saying, this is what we need, because it, you know, it's like one of the things, if you look at, here's a prime example. If you look at the model for CISM, so this is like when we teach the certificate program, this kind of lays out the whole model. But if there's one thing you'll notice is missing from this, and it's psychological first aid. And so technically psychological first aid is not considered part of the CSM model. But if we don't do psychological first aid, and for those of you that aren't familiar with it, I'm going to cover it a little bit for you. If we don't do that, the whole thing, you know, drops. None of this gets activated. So, you know, and you know, I'll give you a good example. I remember coming into work one time when I was working as a battalion chief, and I came in for my night shift, and I was relieving the other chief. And as I walked in, somebody said to me, "Oh, you know, are you here to do a debriefing?" And I said, "Well, what happened?" They said, "Oh, well, we had a SIDS death today." And I said, "Oh, okay, well, no, I'm just here for shifts." So I walk into my office, and the other chief's there, and I close the door, and he goes, "I know what you're going to say. So before you say it, I checked with everyone, and they're okay. They're fine. I asked them if they want to do a debriefing. I talked to them. They said they're fine." Well, you know, first of all, a SIDS death of a child, falls under our operational procedures, as that will be an automatic phone call to the coordinator of the team. Whether it goes forward or not, at least put the call in. But we can't accept "I'm fine" as an answer to, you know, how somebody's dealing after a horrible incident like that, because that's, remember how I talked about, you know, our primary, we go to anger, you know, we could be sad, confused, and scared, but how do we exhibit it? Our behavior, anger. So much like it's very easy to say "I'm fine," and you know, as one of the things I said in my TED talk, you can't be fine. You can be happy, horny, hungry. Those are feelings. You can't be fine, right? You can be fine, but just a little curiosity. Fine as in I'm doing well and I'm dealing well with it, or I don't want to talk about it right now. And you know, just even a smile is like, no, really, actually, I'm doing well. That's good enough. But we as a whole have to do that psychological first aid. We have to be looking for any signs or symptoms or nature of the call and so on, to realize whether we need to activate things from the model. So pre-crisis easy for me to see. Pre-crisis preparation, so that's you know, having a team in place, trained, having guidelines, having peer support members, doing ongoing training, that kind of stuff. RIT or demobilization. That's if we have sort of a long-term event going on, like wildfires or something like that. That's where we, at the end of their workday or their shift of what they're doing, we kind of give them that transition time from this heightened state of activity into, going back into kind of functioning as a, just as a normal human being. So we kind of doing our psychological first aid, looking out for any signs, symptoms, listening, giving them an opportunity to talk, giving them some water, some food, not going too deep into any sort of diffusing or debriefing because they're going to be redeployed again, but it's just an ongoing thing. Crisis management briefings. So that's where, say a large scale event again, maybe, we would talk to the public, we would talk to multi-agencies, we'd give them an update on where we're at, how things are going. You don't have to feel like you have to give them all the information, but a big part of that is we're crushing any rumors. We're ensuring that media is not spreading false stories or infiltrating, all of a sudden there's a person from the media there that's pretending to be part of the support system and they're gathering a story. We want to make sure that we let people know that, we're telling the truth, we're being honest, but we're giving it as much information as we need to at the time. So that's when these situations are going on. And then we have a diffusing, which we talk lots about, where we get our peer support team. If we feel that went well or didn't go well, but we need to go further, then 24 to 72 hours, we're going to do a debriefing with a mental health professional, with our peer support team. And then we have other options, individual crisis, one-on-one support. So our SAFER model, or we do family CISM. So one of the things that we never did, and I'm really a huge advocate for, is family CISM. Educate people's spouses and partners and families and children on the nature of the trauma. Imagine your family, that first video we watched of those firefighters and paramedics and police talking about the effects it had on them. A lot of times when I do family CISMs, I try to do them when people just start, so that their family gets an understanding of what they're getting themselves into. But very often I'll get a partner or a spouse will come in and their family member's been, say a firefighter for 20 years. And the amount of times that I've had families, so when I do a family CISM education, I usually do about a 15 to 20 minute presentation, quick, with a few slides, just so they can understand a little bit about traumatic injuries, and then give them some education on trauma and resiliency and well-being. And then I allow them to ask questions and to talk to each other and share. And I usually try to make it like a wine and cheese event or a coffee and muffin event kind of thing. The amount of times that those have turned, and let me back up, the members, so let's say I'm doing a fire department, the firefighters themselves and the officer, none of them are invited. It's only family members. So nobody who's actually on the job is allowed to come. It's just a family member, so they can ask what they would perceive as stupid questions, or they can share things that they're really concerned about but wouldn't say in front of their partner. So we do a quick little talk like that. And then what we do is afterwards, we generally invite the members, and they come in, and then we do a little social gathering. But the amount of times that I've done a family CSM and it's turned into a tear fest because people saying, where was this 20 years ago? I wished I would have known the pain that my husband's been going through for the last 20 years. The things you said, I've seen him do. I've seen him suffer through, and I had no idea how to support him. So we know better now, police and fire, and we're trying to do that. And I know, like when my son joined the military, they kind of offered me all that kind of thing to support me with my son going off in the military. So we do a better job of it, but we're still not there yet. Organizational consultations. So even this, like, you guys are going to go back to your organization, and if you're the coordinator or part of a team, you're going to say, hey, I learned a little bit about this and I want to go take this course somewhere, or I've been reading about this and I think we could do more of this, so on. Oftentimes we have a pastor that's part of the CISM team. And then follow-up and referral is crucial. We always do follow-up and referral. It's a very important part. if you know, and the biggest thing with that is if you tell somebody that you are going to follow up with them the next day, you follow up with them. And we'll talk a bit more about that. So let's talk about the value of peer support and how important it is. The picture in the middle is me doing what I did best, pointing. So it's I'm very good at pointing. So
are we
the
supposed to
value of
be?
peer-
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, are we supposed to be seeing a slide deck? Because
Yeah,
there's
we can't
no.
see it, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, so I just covered all that stuff. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back.
It was great though, still.
It was really good.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I think I know why now. This is okay. So I'm gonna have to reshare this with you. Is what I'm gonna have to do. So I'm gonna go here, and then I'm gonna have to share. I guess for some reason it shut my screen down. There. How's that? You have it?
Great. Yeah, we can see it.
Okay.
It's just in PowerPoint mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Awesome.
Yay! Okay, all of you back. I was wondering why it wasn't. Some reason, I guess, during that video. Oh, probably because you took control again, Victoria.
I
So it kicked
did.
me off. the
Sorry,
share.
I booted you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. Victoria's very mean to me sometimes. No, that's not true. She's wonderful. So these were the things I talked about in the whole gamut of it. So again, don't worry if some of that doesn't make sense, but that was the list that I ran through. And that's me pointing in the middle. That's this here, the gray guy down in the corner. That's probably what I look like if I put my bunker gear on now. So peers are invaluable. And it's, if you're, you know, like for those of you that are police officers or EMS, you know the value of a peer, you know, and that's one of the things where I'm very cautious, you know, when I do a lot of work with police and EMS, and I'm very strategic in when I work with police or paramedics, because it's their house, it's their trauma, it's their culture, it's their team. So I'm being invited into that, and I really, really value their peers. So for example, if they've done a diffusing with their peer support team, let's say with police, and you invite me to be, you know, you don't have anybody on the police peer support team that's able to do a full debriefing, so you invite me in, I am much more likely to find the peers, and if they have the training and they have the ability, I'm better to sit back and allow them to walk everybody through it and do it and just intervene if I need, because when I go in there, that's not my house, that's not my peeps, that's not my culture. So you know, and that's not to say that I'm not welcomed with open arms sometime. When I'm welcome with open arms, I'm thank you. That's one of the first things I say when I deal with police and ambulance is thank you for trusting me to come and help you with you, and I'm going to do the best I can. And that goes a long way. And I'd be interested, any you know, of the EMS that are here, or David, police, and Tim, your police. What are your thoughts on that, or anything you'd like to add on to that?
I think you nailed it, Jeff. It's very easy to, especially for police officers, but I think everyone, when you see someone trying to kind of just BS their way through or say they understand what you're going through when they clearly don't, like that's one of the biggest things people we work with that they hate, and they see it right away. So
yeah, it's thank you, thanks for saying that. And that's here's the biggest tip I can give you is humility. If you don't find humility will find you. So whenever we do this, even when I do fire, which is my, like, you know, I can walk in like Conor McGregor if I want with fire department. I don't, because you'll get torn apart at times. So we can just go, and all we can do is bring our skills and our kindness and our soul commitment to helping and doing our best, and the rest of it will play out how it does. But you know, I've done some like police officer fatalities, and those are the hardest ones I ever do, because the bond between, you know, the blue line, it's powerful, And when you're there, you don't want to take away from that, because that peer support is so valuable for them, because and that's one, with ambulance and with fire, I think for the most part, people kind of get what we have to go through, and what we're allowed to share and what we're not allowed to share. With police, it's a whole different ball game, and they have to have their police hat on at all times in their private life. Like, as a firefighter, I could go off, and as soon as I take my uniform off, I could be a orangutan, and as long as it doesn't get back to my work, I'm okay. A police officer, you have to carry that level of integrity and respect in every aspect. Even if you're watching your kid's hockey game, or you're talking to your neighbor, you're always a police officer. And so when they have a traumatic event, and when they lose one of their own, I walk in with, what can I do for you? You want me to just walk water back and forth between the rooms, then that's what I will do. But I'm here to help you. And I remember one of the helping a group of police officers after one of their officers had been shot and unfortunately died. And I told him, I said, one of the things, because they were talking about healing, and I knew I had to step up and say something. And I said, we have to back up. And I said, you guys have to understand that you guys can't heal from this, because it's not over. You have the court process, you have the appeal process, you have the parole process every year, you have the memorial process every year, you have the anniversary date every year. So we really have to look deeper. And I did it in a cautious way. And they were really glad that I brought that up, because a year later, I got a lot of calls going, remember what you said was going to happen? It's happened, and they want you back because, you called it. And so that's why I know when I asked if David and Mike would step in and comment on that, because it's if you do get asked to go, if you're in any sort of thing and you get asked to support the police, and I don't want to scare you away, it's incredible, but it just understand that it's a really tough one to do. So, and that's why peers are so important. So any other comments on that, or thank you for sharing that. Sorry.
I was just going to share one thing. So I am, I came from EMS, but for the last 3 years, I've been supporting law enforcement. And one thing that was very different for me to understand is that in EMS and the fire department, you work with a partner or a team. And with law enforcement, they can often be alone. So they're in their vehicle alone. They might show up to the call alone, which is a different experience for them. And last summer, we actually had 2 of our officers struck by lightning, and it was in a really remote location. And so it was 2 of the other officers who had to transport them to the hospital and essentially run the entire call themselves. And the officer who was driving the truck that the 2 injured officers were in, he was at the hospital, he was sort of there with the families, really integrated. And one of the things that really stuck out to me was that the officer who was holding traffic and sort of clearing the road and making sure that they could get these guys to the hospital safely, he ended up having to be the one to go back to the scene, to get their patrol vehicles, to work with, the tow company. And I think it's that person that often gets missed in debriefs or follow-up, because they weren't in the vehicle with the damaged people, or they didn't see the thing at the hospital. But sometimes that can actually make them feel more helpless, or it can actually cause more trauma, similar to a dispatcher who may not have seen it but was there with you the entire time. And it has really given me a new perspective on how to support law enforcement versus the other 2, for sure.
Wow. It's funny, I always try to encourage people to comment, and I like to tell people, it's a great point, but the last 2 comments that you just made, that what David had said and this, so valuable, and so you almost served me a grapefruit to hit out of the park, because it is a really important thing to acknowledge, and it's something, we'll talk about that. And that's one of the big values of a debriefing, a formal debriefing, is obviously anybody who's invited to that formal debriefing was part of that scenario. And like you said, sometimes your role, it seems minor, right? So like for a firefighter, if people are trapped in a building and you got rescue teams scrambling up the stairs and diving out windows, your job might be to sit on a 2.5-inch hose to keep the fire from spreading to the next building. But that's a role and somebody has to do that role. So you might start to feel that like, geez, I didn't even do anything. I sat on a stupid hose, but that's a crucial part, right? And like you mentioned with the vehicles. So that's the rule. That's the value of a formal debriefing, is it puts the story together for everyone. That's why we try to get people to tell the story from, what they saw, smelled, heard, from their perspective, from the time the call came in till the time the call was done. And that's why when I do formal debriefings, I generally try to get a senior officer or a senior officer in the fire department and say, this is the first question I'm going to ask. And if you could answer it first, because you're a senior, people are going to kind of instinctively go, oh, okay, it's okay to talk. And if you really elaborate on all details, that will allow other people to do the same. And what that does is it puts the story, because one of the things that can really be traumatic for people at a event like that, and this really happened at that police shooting I dealt with, was people that didn't actually get to be hands-on and try and save the officer's life. They were doing other things like porting out the area or what have you. And so when they got to sit there and hear the importance that they had with their role, and then they got to hear their other peers saying, we worked as a team, everybody's role was vital, and it puts all that story together, that helps to answer those questions. And I'll talk a bit more about that, but one of the other parts that we worry about is, and this is really more so in military and police, something that we see oftentimes that can be traumatic for somebody is, so let's say that there's a military operation going on and you're part of the joint task force, a special forces crew, and they take down a major adversary and they save the world and it's huge and they're all high-fiving and everyone's talking about how great they were, but that just happened to be your week off. So you didn't get to partake in that. You didn't get to be the hero. You didn't get to do all those years of rote training for that one event. You didn't get to partake in it. And in very extreme circumstances, what we can see is sometimes those people will actually get into more risky behavior or trying to they're not trying to recreate that event, but they're trying to recreate a dangerous event or something major so that they can prove themselves that even though their peers and their partners don't think anything less and think, of course you would have been awesome there. It could have been my week off, but it was your week off. There's something at times that's deep down that's like, damn it, I got to prove myself. We need another event. I need to feel my way back into being high-fiving and saying we did it. And I know firsthand, like I've never had it to that extreme, but there's been times where, I was on a rescue unit for 12 years and there's many nights we did 20 runs in a 14-hour shift. And, my job was, when people were trapped, was to get down and grab an axe and get in there and search while everyone else tried to put the fire. And I loved that, especially when I was younger. And there was times when my team, my crew would do a rescue and I wasn't there. And I felt like I was no longer the same level because they were there. It's like, they'd be talking about it at lunch and like, oh, imagine if we would have gone right instead of left. It's like, oh, it's so good. And you know what made us go left was because I heard you say this and you're just sitting there eating your sandwich. So does that make sense to everybody? It's a very extreme, but you can see, and that's why I'm so happy you brought that up, is sometimes when people have a minor role in a major event, the value of peer support and peer discussion is so important.
For us in particular on that call, one of the other things that was very obvious is that that officer also wasn't from the place he was working, which is very common with first responders, that you go somewhere remote or you go somewhere else so that you can, you know, work in the career that you want. And sometimes that means that you are in a place that isn't your real home and your family aren't really there. So when that person is struggling, sometimes they are at home struggling without anyone realizing it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, for sure. So our role as a peer is really just, and that's the thing, is just that normalizing. You don't have to have a huge skill set. If you're a good people person and you're a kind human being, you can normalize, like, just putting your hand on someone's back when you see they're struggling and looking at them and going, yeah, me too, that was not what I expected. It's just that normalizing the event and giving them that I'm here right with you, and stabilizing it. So it's not like it's coming from someone, you know, for those of you that are trained in diffusing and debriefing, you know, a big primary no for us is we don't rescue, right? So, you know, we don't, if we're doing a group debriefing, say we're using a Mitchell model and, you know, they couldn't rescue someone, we don't say, hey, it sounds like you did the best you could. You know, that's a no for so many reasons. But if their peers are there, that's what we want from their peers. We want their peers to go, hey, you did, are you kidding? Without you there, this would have gone wrong and this would have got wrong. And don't be hard. That was, you were, you know, we let them. And I often tell the groups when you're doing a good debriefing, if you're barely talking, but it's got that flow and it's covering all the things you want, if you're doing a good debriefing, it should be like being a maestro. You're just conducting and they're allowing it, especially when you get into that open forum where you're not formally going around in a circle and you're just welcoming the feedback and the emotions and the behaviors, and they're feeding off each other, and it's got a positive vibe. There's no better feeling, as it's like being in a flow state as a facilitator. You just sit there and you're like, man, I'm good at this. I haven't said a word, but man, I'm good at this. And that is the best feeling. So peers are so valuable, and a common mistake that clinicians make very often, I wouldn't say it's common actually, but it does happen, is when the peers have done a diffusing and they go in to do their debriefing or their one-on-one, they say, okay, well, you've done your part, now let me do my part. In my opinion, that's a huge mistake. I will always keep peers with me, and use them as resources for sure. It's really important that we do that. It's yeah, guilt can happen for sure if you're on a vacation. Yeah, so exactly what I said. Yeah, if I was there, it would have been different. Yeah, and that's if the situation goes bad. So if the situation goes bad, you feel like you let the team down because you could have done something different. And if the thing goes good, you feel like that you're no longer on that same level, because that it's not always like that, but it can happen. So we want to reintegrate. We want people to be able to go back to their personal lives. We want them to go home and be able to say, you know, hey, if I'm a bit off, this is what happened at work today. And you know what, I'm struggling a bit, but I've talked it out, and you know, just keep an eye on me, that kind of stuff. But you want them to be able to go back to work. You want them to be able to go back to their home life, to go back to their sleep patterns. And our goal is, you know, minimal intervention if needed, right? Sometimes a bumper talk, the most traumatic call, just a bumper talk is all you're going to need. So we can help with the grieving if they need, if especially if they're going to be going through a longer period of time, and you know, let's say that they, you know, kind of like what David had said, like they felt like maybe they could have done more, or that they made a decision that led to something going a little bit south. It's going to take a process and it's going to take time. And so it's not just that one-on-one time at work where we're doing a diffusing or the peer support team's activated. We can help with the, how have you been feeling? How have you been sleeping? And you know, keeping up with if they're going to talk to somebody. Peers are so valuable. And so, and just going back to, because there is so many people here that are in this industry, for those of you that we don't rescue, there's a big part of it is you're setting yourself up for a disaster if you try to rescue and you're not part of that culture. So going back to, let's say, me being a firefighter going into a police and I'm facilitating a debriefing, and they're getting emotional and there's tears and there's anger because something went wrong. And in my opinion, it sounds like they did a great job, but somebody died, and they're kind of beating up on themselves, and they're saying they could have done more or could have done something different. And I step in and I say, hey, you know what? It sounds like you did a great job, and I think you did everything, you did everything you could. Just imagine like 10 angry faces turning and looking at me and saying to me, what do you know about what we do? Somebody died today. What do you know about what I feel or what my job? I know with firefighters, when non-firefighters are going in and they call me and they say, I'm doing firefighter stay, that's my biggest warning is that the second, if I've been in situations where I'm trying to get to somebody and I can't, and I have to listen to them, screaming or crying. And if somebody ever, if I'm getting emotional and opening up about how I'm feeling and how I'm blaming myself because I should have tried harder, and some clinician that's never been in a situation like that, hey, you did the best you could, I can tell you, I'm going to be dropping some F-bombs and I'm going to be saying, what do you know about what I did and what I could do? You've never been there. So that's just another reason to be cautious of that, because there's so many first responders here. So we want to be, when we know things are going well, there is that, despite it might be emotional anger, we've got some sort of positive relationship with them. We're showing them that we're empathetic and we're genuine. We're just there for them. And that's what'll also kind of start to transpire within the group. So when a peer support group is working, there's that thing, they're going to be thanking the group for activating. They're all going to be, showing empathy and genuineness towards each other. And this is, something we have to always be cautious with, when a peer support session or a diffusing starts to turn into a critique or turns into a post-incident analysis, a PIA or something like that. And when it starts to go that way, your job as a moderator is 100% to step in and just say, hey, I think we're getting more into a critique or a analysis of the situation. We're going to do that on another day. We will critique this. We will do work safe investigations. That stuff's going to happen. But right now, this is for us, by us. So let's not get into the critique. So if there's a little bit of blaming or anger towards each other, I let it go as long as it's kind of possibly a bit conducive to the discussion or it's cathartic. But if it starts to get into a little bit heated, then cautiously you have to stop that. So when we have that trauma, remember when I said, like, you're just the cognitive ability, it just is not there. And this sudden, unexpected, huge event that literally, disrupts our body's homeostasis. It just disrupts everything in our body. It's more than we can handle. It's more than we can deal with. And sometimes we don't have the ability to put it into words. So what are we looking for? We're looking for their body language. We're looking for their actions. Are they banging their head against the wall? Are they, all of a sudden angry? And are they not wanting to be around anyone because you see their eyes are tearing up? We got to listen for them. What are the things they're saying? If they're saying, well, I know we did the best we could, but the other things they're saying don't jive with that, we have to make sure that we do that. And if they don't have the support after, we want to get into that. So I'm sure many of you have taken courses in psychological first aid. I know in the certificate program that we teach at Justice Institute, this is a part of it. But it's kind of overlooked. And so I wanted to just I'm going to put the slides up, but I'm going to discuss it very quickly and to make sense to you. But it's really important. So the main thing with psychological first aid is the look, listen, and link aspect of it. So we want to look for people in distress. We want to listen for people in distress, or if we engage with them, we want to listen to what they have to say that are telling us their signs of distress. And then we want to link, whether it's us doing a one-on-one support, whether it's activating a peer support team, or if it's more than we can handle, it's saying, let me get you some help. Let me call you to get your ride home. Let's make sure we follow up. Let's get you to a doctor, and so on and so on. So what psychological first aid is, so I'm just going to read. So when he says one of the things we found helpful is scheduling an action review, post-incident assessment with time outside of it. Yeah. And I always, it cannot be before, it always has to, CISM takes priority. And again, you have to always make sure that if it does start to go into a debrief or into a critique or post-incident analysis, those are great things, but not now, not in a time when we're trying to take care of each other. So our goal with psychological first aid is, remember that CISM model, none of it works if we don't do the psychological first aid. So we're providing that care and support, we're listening, we're looking around. So you can imagine a large scale event if you're part of an EOC, an emergency operations center, as psychological safety or psychological support. You're walking around, you're looking for people. In some ways, you have to be careful you don't start to become like a used car dealer or salesperson, because you're walking around looking for the next person. But one of the things I always, and I get teased about it sometimes, is I say water is the best introduction. If you see somebody and you can see they're struggling, you grab 2 bottles of water in your hand, like you're walking around handing out water, and you have one and you walk them to say, oh, hey, would you like a water? And you introduce yourself. It's a great way to introduce yourself. Let them know where they have food, if there's food somewhere else, or a rest area, or there's cell phones available if people want to call home. But we want to listen, and we don't want to pressure them. And it might take you introducing yourself, them starting to talk about something, and then saying, you know what, I don't want to talk about it, and then leaving, and them coming up to you half an hour and say, I'm ready to talk now. So we just want to make sure we stabilize them. We give them that comfort, that calmness. We want to, if they say, you know what, I'm going to call my sister because she's a great support system, I would say, you know what, that's fantastic. You're so lucky to have that. And I'm glad you're using it. And I wish more people were on top of their mental health like you. Good for you. So let me know how it works out with your sister. Like those sorts of things. We don't have to be the one that provides it. We just want to make sure that they're getting it, right? So it's not, you don't have to be professionally trained. You can, a lot of, I do this all the time as a one-day course, or sometimes even as a half-day course. It's not a debriefing. It's not a clinical thing. It's literally things, understanding how to be aware of when people are struggling and how to engage with them. So we're not getting into therapy. We're not getting into long discussions. We're evaluating if they're doing all right, or if potentially they do need a diffusing or a one-on-one or a debriefing, or they need someone to come pick them up. Or longer term, we can say, you know what, I know you're going home now, but after all the discussions, why don't you call your family doctor tomorrow and tell them everything you told me? And we want to make sure that we're going to have a short time with them potentially, and we want to make sure that we just let them know that, hey, something's going on major. You by talking to me have shown that you're good at knowing when you need to talk to someone. And so if now's not the time, do you have anybody else you can talk to? Yeah, I like talking to my sister. Perfect. Okay, when do you want to call your sister? You can use my phone. No, I'm going to call her when I get home, but I'm definitely going to do that, right? Perfect. And then, if you're part of the peer support, you'd say, do you mind if I give you a text tonight or a phone call tonight just to check in and make sure you're doing well? Perfect, right? So it's not to shove it down their throat and say, you're damaged, you need help. It's to just say, if you need help, I'm here. And also to be looking for those people that aren't willing to put their hand up. So we're not trying to analyze them. We're not trying to say, well, that situation falls under, our operation. That's not the thing. We're just trying to let them put things in order and to build on their own resilience. The most important thing is we always say do no harm, right? So that should be your credo. It is do no harm. If it's over your head, if you're like, geez, you go and you think you're going to give them water and you're going to check in with them and let them know that you have crisis support people in the other room, and that's all you're planning on doing because you're the psychological first aid, and all of a sudden they unload on you that they're in a abusive marriage and that they're having suicidal ideology that goes way beyond any of your training, then all you do is you say, you know what, let me find you someone to talk to. So your main thing is just do no harm, help them to feel safe, calm, smile on your face, appropriate smile on your face, but the I got your back kind of, or please, I got your six. So let them know that you're there for them, that this is where the social support is, this is where we're keeping the food. If you want more water, it's over here. If you need to charge your phone, those sort of things, we're making it home for them, and we're catering to their every needs. Like I said, there's times that, if you want, I'll just run water around. That's all they need at that point. So it's very important that we do that. Oops. So who we want to do it to. The nice thing about psychological first aid is you don't need to mobilize. You don't need to have a bunch of people or handouts or tools or more resources. It's something that can be done right away. We see someone with the 1,000-yard stare where everyone else is already laughing and loading the fire hose back on the truck and laughing about the situation. And one person's sitting off to the side with their head in their hands like this. It's time to go to work, right? And to just go over and say, hey, you're doing all right. It's practical because of that. It's not something that, again, we have to have all this stuff to do. It's easy to learn, and it's it can be scaled up or it can be scaled down. So if you have a big disaster, when we get those going, there's times I recruit people. I'm like, we're overwhelmed. There's too many people, and it's getting more into the clinical part. And I find people that are there to volunteer, and I, talk to them and say, do you have any training in any sort of mental health and stuff? Yeah, you know what, I took the mental health first aid course. Perfect. Would you be interested in being part of our psychosocial team? What I need you to do is just go around and look, listen, and link. And I explain it to them very quickly and give them the nuts and bolts. They understand the most of it. And it's like, if it's anything that, they say, if they're not saying, thank you very much, it was great talking to you. If they're saying, yeah, I don't know what to do, then you got everybody else over here, right? So delegate. When do we want to do it? As quickly as possible. We want to do it bumper. It's similar to like at a bumper talk. We want to activate it as soon as possible. You can do it at the scene as long as it's safe, as long as they're away from the danger and media is not. And the odd thing now is when we talk media, we have to talk about, social justice warriors. We have to talk about curious people that want to put things on YouTube. We have to talk about everybody's media nowadays. And so it's funny, we really had to make that transition to that's media now. And just like when I first started teaching this stuff, I used to talk about your pager all the time. And now I don't talk about pagers anymore. So again, it's not part of the CSM model, but it's crucial to the CSM model. So your do's and don'ts with this is, you really want to be honest, be trustworthy. If you don't know, tell them you don't know. Everything that's there is like if you look at all those do's, it's the things that you're taught as a child in respecting adults, or things you were taught as a friend to respect a friend, or things you're taught if you're going to be in a relationship with someone to how to respect your partner. Be kind to them. You don't have to have all the answers. Just be a helping hand or a ear to listen. Don't feel like you have to, in the don'ts, we try to ask open-ended questions, right? We don't want to ask the, did you, do you, are you, because then you're going to get the nope, yep. And you go, oh, great. That didn't work out well. So ask open-ended questions. Let them talk. Don't feel like you have to give wise advice. And if you don't have any advice, don't give glib advice, or don't exaggerate, how they're gonna, you won't be feeling this tomorrow. We don't want to lie. We don't want to give false promises. And don't feel, if they say, you know what, I'm really struggling, but I just don't want to talk right now, we're not going to force ourselves on them. If we see them, sometimes, like for me, sometimes a female would prefer to talk to a female, or a male would prefer to talk to a male. A cop would rather talk to a cop. Our job is to not give our ego a boost. Our job is to give the public, or the people, or the peers that we're helping, the help they need, and to meet their needs. So, that's really important. So this is for those of you that listening is like, it's so important, and we're going to talk a little bit about listening. And it was one of the hardest things for me when I really first started doing this a lot, was to understand that you have to listen, and because especially if somebody's in that compromised cognitive state where they're struggling to find their how they're feeling or what they're trying to say, you really, if they get talking, you want to let them flow. So we have to be able to take the things that they're saying. So as someone's talking to me, I am listening. I'm with them. I'm not hearing them. I'm listening to what they're saying. And I always say, it's like taking things out and putting them on a shelf. So I'll be like, oh, I got to talk about that later. And I got to talk about that later. Oh, I got to address that later. And I'm listening and listening and listening. And then when I'm taught, it's, we're doing maybe some, I'm going to reintegrate them back, and they're going to go back, and I want to do some teaching. I'm pulling those things off the shelf and addressing them when I'm talking to them. Remember earlier when you said that you had felt this, right? And so I want to, first of all, that lets them know you're listening to them, but also it's covering those points. But if at the time we keep interrupting them and addressing each point, they lose their flow, and they possibly lose that trust with us, because all we seem to do is interrupt them. So we really want to listen to them talk. Now, a big part of listening is the difference between being a sympathetic listener and an empathetic listener. And I'm going to let Brene Brown explain it. It's just a short little 2-minute video, and we'll discuss it after.
So what is empathy, and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy.
Sorry, I don't know why that started again.
So what is empathy, and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, you climb down. I know what it's like down here, and you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no, you want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. Yeah. And we do it all the time because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So I had a miscarriage. At least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now. I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
I don't think anybody could say it better than Brene. I think that she does such a good job. So any thoughts on that? It is, it's funny too, because I mean, that video has been around for years and I know, you know, when I'm teaching, one of my favorite things to teach is about mindfulness and gratitude and kind of the Eastern philosophy, Taoism. And so I really try to teach people to, you know, understand that like life has a flow and when things happen, oftentimes it's leading you in a direction that you're meant to be and so on and so on. And so I don't say at least you have, but you know, when people say like, you know, like one of the exercises I do very often is they say, you know, tell me if I'm working with a group for, you know, on monthly basis kind of thing, and say we're doing something on stress or anger or something like that. And I say, you know, write down 5 things that are bugging you or 3 things that are bugging you in your workplace, 3 things bugging you in your home, and 3 things that are bugging you in the world right now, your top 3 in those 3 areas. And so I'll collect them all and I put them in an envelope and I say, I'll see you in a month. And when I come back in a month, I say, okay, so, you know, John, how did your move go? Oh, it went really, really well. Oh, great. Okay. How about you're trying to get your daughter into McGill? Did she get in? No, actually she didn't. But you know what? She got into Washington State with a full scholarship and she loves it. Oh, great. Okay. How did that dispute with your neighbor work out? Oh, it turned out great. We're actually best friends. We tore our back fence down. Now we share a deck, you know, so crumple it up and throw it away. And the reason is because oftentimes we have these major stressors in our life and they're really nothing, but it seems so major to us. And so, you know, with gratitude and stuff like that is try to focus on that. Yeah, you might be going through some difficult things. So let's find the things that are working, that are good, and kind of go to those and we'll deal with the rest as they come. And so with Brene's video, when we're saying, you know, well, at least you have this, at least, you know, it's true. We do, you know, she said, I don't like the silver cloud things. And that's kind of what we try to do oftentimes, because not because we're trying to be malicious or give glib advice, but we want to say, you know, like, you're like, oh, this really sucks. And it's like, well, at least you have this, and at least, and you're trying to be kind and to let them see, like, these are the things you should be grateful for, so not to worry about that. So it's hard it's just a complete, when I put the clinician hat on, I go into complete empathy. There is no sympathy. I am there with that person because that's my job. And if I don't do that way, then I'm not doing it to the best of my ability. So it's really important that we do that. So we're going to talk a bit about listening, but before we do, we're going to take a break. So any questions or anybody want to add anything before we take a break? Everybody still with me?
On empathy, that I find that I would probably not make a very good facilitator. I find that I become too involved in the emotion of the moment, too involved in the feelings of the other individual. And therefore, I think that's to me the danger of empathy itself.
Yeah. And it's a very valid concern, and we're going to talk about. See, it's like almost like some of your plants. You're leading me into what we're going to go into, and so I'm glad you're asking these questions because it shows I put the proper program stuff together for you. But we're going to talk about vicarious trauma and compassion fatigue, and it's good, thank you for saying that, because there's times where we have like the certificate program that I teach at the Justice Institute. You have a year to 2 years to complete it, and it's a very in-depth program. And there's often times that we're teaching, and with any program, even if it's not that, if I'm teaching something up somewhere else or whatever, like a 2-day course, I always tell people, like, traumas. This might, we're going to do, maybe if we do some role playing or something, like some group diffusings, debriefings, and I give you scenarios, it might open up a can of worms for you. So, be aware that this is a safe place. And if you want to step out, you can step out, and so on. And there's times that, I've had students where they're like, oh, I can't, we start talking, they're like, I have to leave. I can't talk about explosions. Oh, I can't talk about car accidents. Oh, I can't talk about fire. I can't talk about heart attacks. Well, you're in the wrong course. And I've said that to people, like, you know what, you might want to rethink why you're here, because I'm sorry, but you do have to really have your A game when you're going and facilitating. And I think that maybe your awareness is really good, but I also think that with if it's something that you are interested in but you're fearful of, it's not, we can kind of protect ourselves and become resilient so that we don't get that compassion fatigue or vicarious trauma. And it's people like you with that level of experience and that many years service that sometimes the words that you find, you won't even know where they come from. The words that you'll say to somebody who looks up to you from your experience can be invaluable. So I'm not saying that you should go stay away from it, or you should plunge feet first into being a facilitator or a moderator. But I think that it's great that you can say honestly, like, yeah, I don't know if that's for me, because there's a lot of people, and that's a lot of times what happens too. People come and they're doing some counseling or therapy, and they say, I want to work with first responders. And my question is, why? And they go, well, just because there's so many first responders and they're not getting the help. And I said, well, do you have any background or family? Or no, I just want to specialize in trauma. And I'm not saying maybe they'll be the best, but I'm sure, like like a lot of the paramedics and fire and police that are in here will tell you that they've gone to somebody who claims to be trauma informed. It says trauma informed in big letters above their name. And whoever informed them about trauma didn't inform them about what it's like to be a first responder. So it's good to have that awareness. And trust me, there's times that the imposter syndrome is a real thing, where you walk in and you're going, I'm in charge of this. But you just do it to the best of your ability, as long as it's not going to harm you or you're not going to harm them. So it's a very valid concern. And thanks for bringing that up, Robert. Anybody else? Okay, so why don't we take a break and come back at 2? Is that good? I'm going to assume that's a yes. Perfect. See everybody at 2 o'clock. The final is into the kind of the final lengths here. Is it anybody have any questions or things they've been thinking about? I'll make sure I get you out of here, Dee. I got your back. So yeah, like I said, with Brene Brown says it best with the just listen with empathy. I hear that all the time. People, I just don't know what to say. You really don't have to say much. And there's been times that I've been on doing one-on-one support, and I remember one situation in particular down in the US, and I spent about 20 minutes with this girl, and she talked to me, and and I remember thinking, wow, she's really trusting me and opening up and talking. And at the end of it, she really, I just, interjected a little bit here and there, but for the most part, I, asked her like, can you expand on that or how so with that? And she talked, and at the end of it, she said, can I come back and see you again? And I said, well, I'm from Canada. I'm just here for the day. And she said, I've had the same therapist for, it was like 5 or 6 years, and I got more out of the last 20 minutes than I did in 5 or 6 years. I honestly didn't say anything. I just gave her the room to talk, and my body language and the empathy I showed her was like, the floor is yours, talk. And that's why, so often if we give people the space to talk, they'll hear their own voice and they will verbalize how they're feeling, and hopefully they'll pick up on it. And it's like, if spaces and silence is a very powerful thing in the crisis work. And I use this example. I said, imagine if you were all my good friends, and I came to you one day and I said, hey, guess what? I'm buying a Ferrari, tomorrow. And all of you just sat there and just kind of stared at me. And I would say, no, I am. Sir, I'm buying a Ferrari. And I'll talk my way through it. And if you just give me enough time. And well, what? So you don't think I could buy a Ferrari? I can buy a Ferrari. Oh, I know. You know what? I know what you're saying. You're saying it's your midlife crisis, and you're trying to live out some thing you never lived when you're younger. But that's not the reason. What? Like, why can't I buy a Ferrari? Okay, you know what? Maybe I won't buy a Ferrari. Maybe I'll buy like a nice Mercedes or something nice like that. And you know what? I know. I was just like, I was excited. I'm not going to buy a Ferrari, but I am going to buy myself a nice car. And you know what? A Mercedes or a Ferrari wouldn't work. It only has 2 doors. So I'm probably going to buy like a nice Mercedes that's practical and I can use with the family, but I'm going to buy myself a nice car. And yeah. So you see, you give me the space, and I sometimes I'm going to try and get that reaction. Like, I want you to say, Jeff, that's a stupid idea. Why would you buy a Ferrari? It's not practical. But because you give me the space, and because you don't, force me to feel silly or to question me on my like the reasons why I was going to buy a Ferrari, you give me the room. I threw it out there. No one bit, so I'm going to kind of talk my way through it. And that's what happens a lot of times is if we, when people are sharing, when they're opening up about the traumatic incident or how they're feeling after a traumatic incident, oftentimes, and especially this happens when I'm teaching the program, because we do an evaluation. Part of it is an evaluation where we bring actors in. And the actors play out these scenarios. So they're they're a group of firefighters, or they're a group of grocery clerks, and they know their roles, and they know what they happen, and they play it out. And so the students, it's their time to demonstrate the skills they've been learning for the last year. And so I'm evaluating them on their abilities to run through and do it. And I always tell them, and they know I'm easy, I'm easy to get along with. As an officer, I wasn't a yeller and stuff like that. So I tell them, don't worry so much about asking questions and demonstrating that you have the right questions and the right things. Just let the actors do what they want to do, and just, conduct the orchestra. And so what ends up happening is they get so nervous because they know they're being evaluated that they start interrupting, and they start putting words in their mouth, and they start, and so it happens all the time. So when we give, when it's your time to facilitate a peer support meeting, or peer support, if you're a peer support coordinator or member, you don't need to demonstrate your skills. You're there for a reason. Let them talk and try to listen. So and our job is, they don't know which way to go. They don't know. Sometimes they don't know how they're feeling. They don't know if they need help. They don't know if they've been real severely affected, or if they're processing it. So let them talk it out and listen to what they're saying. So skills that we want to have is that clarifying content. So parroting it back, right? So, if they say something to you and you don't really understand, just say, so if I understand what you were just saying, you're feeling that this, and you say it back. Now it'll go one of two ways, and both are good. They'll either say, exactly, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, or they'll say, no, that's not what I'm saying. You go, oh, so either way, it's a win-win. If they agree with you and go, yes, that's what I'm saying, then you're bang on and move on to the next. If they say that's not what I'm saying at all, you say, oh, okay, I'm sorry, I must have heard it wrong. Can you expand on that? And then you'll get the correct, because if you just sit there and do this, like, but you really don't know the things they're saying, you're setting yourself up to go in a complete wrong direction. So with reflecting the emotion, you want to be careful. We don't want to put words in their mouth, but if they're saying, like, that was hard on me, and I'm feeling lost, and I'm feeling scared, and I'm feeling overwhelmed, and I'm feeling all these things, overwhelmed might be the one I pick out of that, because they said so many different things. And I would say, yeah, I mean, I heard you mention the word overwhelming, and I can see how that's how you feel. It sounds like it. And they go, yeah, I do feel that way. So even though they've said it to you, it just shows that you're paying attention. So there's a huge difference between hearing somebody and listening to somebody. We hear things all the time. We hear, whether we overhear things we don't want to hear. You don't have to pay attention. You could be looking at your phone and hearing somebody talk and watching the TV at the same time. But when we're with somebody, and when I say with them, we're empathetic, we're listening, and we're here for you, and we're facing you with the body language. We are focused. I don't want to hear a phone. I don't want to hear anything else. I'm voluntarily giving myself to you, and I want to hear what you have to say. So it's sometimes it's uncomfortable for some people. They don't like that person staring at them and talking to them, but that's what they need at that moment. And they need your attention, and that's why they're talking to you. So sometimes we have to pull ourselves out of our comfort zone and give them that attention. So let them know they're being heard by saying, wow, that sounds difficult for you. And yeah, I've heard you mention that. And so what you're saying is, so when we're putting these things back, or we're nodding our head and that kind of thing, and we're with them, then they know that we're listening to them. Let them talk. And it's the more that you let them talk without interrupting. If you start to interrupt because you have great points you want to add on to, they're going to shut right down, and you're not going to hear anymore. So obviously this is not really applicable to anybody here. You're not going to fake like you're paying attention or be on your phone. But one of the things that we can do is, especially when we have training, is we get so eager, like they say something about, geez, I went to call somebody and I couldn't remember their phone number, and I've known it for a million years. And you're like, I know why, but bide your time. It's not the time right now. Let them talk. And then that's one of those things, as they're leaving, go, oh, you mentioned the phone number thing, I'll give you some insight into that, and then tell them then. So we want to really try to work on our listening skills. We want to definitely, if they get confrontational, or if they, if there's remember, like when I talked about that person with the Starbucks, they may be exhibiting anger or telling you they're angry or being confrontational, but there's a lot going on. And so we can't take it personally. We have to really not kind of bite if that's what they want us to do. Look for nonverbal cues. So if they're starting to like look at their watch and look at the time, and you're kind of tell me more, all of a sudden it's gone from you being helpful and it being a comfortable situation to them going out to somebody else who's potentially going to come in and saying, don't go get in that room, you'll be stuck there forever, right? And like with room etiquette, little things like I try not to sit between them and the door. Same thing with anybody who's feeling any sort of anxiety. You never want to block their exit out. You never want to be higher than them. We want to make it as most comfortable. So positive signs that your conversation is going well. They're going to start to feel safer. They may lighten up a little bit. They may open up a little bit. The body positioning might open up a little bit. Any sort of, well, I'm not going to tell you because you say you're not allowed to tell anybody, but I'm scared you're going to tell my supervisor and I'm going to lose my gun, or I'm scared you're going to tell my supervisor I'm going to get passed over for promotion. So when they start to calm and they start to go, you know what, I'm going to trust you with this and I'm going to tell you this, or they go from talking, blah, 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 and they just take a deep breath and they kind of go, all right, I'm going to tell you what really happened. And then they kind of just calm down, right? So if they start to become agitated, if they start to give you the silent treatment, and then, you know what, it's, why don't we'll talk later. If you want to talk later, I'll be here later, or what have you. Don't try and, force that thing to happen. So good listening skills is minimal encouragement. And what I mean by minimal encouragement is you shouldn't have to be pulling every word out of them. They should be talking, and then you should be able to allow silence. And if they seem lost, you may want to say, you mentioned this. Can you expand a bit on that for me, or what have you? Paraphrasing. So if they give you this big, long 2-minute diatribe about a situation and how it made them, angry, when you paraphrase it, you're going to go, so if I'm hearing you correctly, that whole situation made you really angry, right? You don't need to you're not showing them you're listening by saying every word they say. You're telling them that you're listening to them, or showing them you're listening to them by giving them exactly what they said to you, but in a paraphrase. So emotionally labeling it. If they, oftentimes that they're really starting to get emotional and they're, they're telling you about how devastated they are. They need to see from you that you're right there with them. You don't need to be crying or holding your heart like this, but they need to see that you're nodding and you're with them. And believe me, it's not hard to do if you're there with them and you're empathetic. If they're, and something to be cautious of, but also beneficial, and I won't get too into it, but if somebody crosses their arms, we cross our arms. If somebody crosses their legs, we cross our legs. So, just be cautious of those sorts of things. But if their body language opens up, your body language could open up. If they're, if you're leaning forward because they, you want to show hey, you don't need to talk to, this is something that they want to tell you something, but they're looking around and even though no one can hear, so maybe you lean a little bit to give them that, I'm right here. You can just almost whisper it, and they start to talk to you, and then all of a sudden their voice goes up and they open up again, and then you can lean back again and kind of open up. But we need to mirror what they need. And, much like the silence, we want to give effective pausing. So paraphrasing, I covered, right? Let them say more. Sometimes they don't get it out right, especially with that decrease in cognitive ability. So we allow them some room, and if they, sometimes they'll have said something earlier and then they say something this time and say, yeah, you mentioned that earlier because, remember before you talked about how that had made you angry, and then now this has made you angry. And so I'm hearing that, so that's letting them know that boy, you're on top of their conversation, and it shows that you have interest. So we don't want to use, again, closed-ended questions. Don't feel bad if you do ask a closed-ended question. If you ask a stupid question, if you ask a question that's so and I've done it and I still do it periodically. I'll ask a question, I'll be like, well, why would I ask that? That's not a good question. We do that. And I'm talking about with everything, right? You always, I'm not talking about putting your foot in your mouth, but when you're trying to do something, or imagine if you're in a job interview and they ask you a question and you have a perfect answer to it, but you say something dumb, you're like, why would I say that, right? So if you do ask a bad question, or if you ask a question where their response is, why would you ask me that, right? Maybe you think it's an innocent question and they look at you and go, why would you ask me that? Then just go, you know what, I apologize. Maybe it didn't come out correctly, and I apologize. That was not my intent. What I meant to say was, and get back on track. If you find yourself and all of a sudden you've asked like the thing with closed-ended questions, like are you, do you, have you, should you, those can be answered with one-word answers, right? Like, are you scared? No. Do you have anywhere to go? No. Have you done this before? No. Right. So you're going to get those one-word answers. So when you kind of use descriptive words, or you allow them to fill in the blanks. So when they say, when you say something like, I can hear that, that whole situation, or not, let's say that you say like, I can hear that, that overwhelmingly, the fact that there was sirens going really added to the stress of that situation, because you've mentioned that numerous times. And then they go, yeah, is that weird that the sirens, the fact that nobody turned their sirens off was one of the worst parts about it? Or, and I'll give you a good example and that's again where debriefings are so valuable for peers, is because we oftentimes think that this small component that's really bugging us wouldn't bug any other of our peers, and it's stupid, so why would I mention it? And so it doesn't get mentioned, and it's something that ends up, we bury it. And so I mentioned like people videotaping and social media, and like it was near the end of my career where people were really starting to get bad, where it didn't matter if it was a dead body, or there was no respect for people's privacy or for common decency as a human being. It was like, I got to get this on video so I can make a TikTok out of it. And what ended up happening with that is you always get critiqued or accused of things, and because it could be doctored however it want. But I remember years before with the old flip phones, I remember that there was a call, and there was a lady who was wearing a red dress, and she just didn't fit into the situation we're in, and she had her flip phone open and video, I don't know, videotaping or whatever, but going around and dealing with this situation, and somebody says, I know you guys are gonna think this is ridiculous, but the worst part for me was, and there was what? It was that lady with the red dress videotaping, and I watched everybody go, thank you. So you saw that too? Everyone going, I saw that. And then it just, all of a sudden the chat started, and that opened up a situation where everybody rescued each other from that. And that allowed us to get to the more important parts of it. But this one person didn't want to say it because they thought it was ridiculous, but that really bothered everybody, that this person who was dressed, nicely and didn't, shouldn't have been there, was videotaping, and it was almost like it was really disturbing for people. And that's one of the things they thought about over and over. So, and again, the benefit of a peer support or a diffusing situation, we open it up and it allows people to add their part of what's bothering them. And it's really important. So, and again, there's no judgment when they do that, right? Nothing's stupid, nothing's shouldn't be brought up. It's really important that we bring that up. And, like I've said time and time again, that you ask somebody, somebody who's being abusive, and you go, what's wrong? And they go, I'm angry. And then you get an opportunity to sit them down for 5 minutes, and they tell you all these terrible things that are going on with your life, with their life. And you're going to hear sad, confused, hurt, worried, feeling insignificant, all these things. And it's like, well, why didn't you stand in line at the barista and tell them, I'm going to yell at you about my latte because I'm feeling useless, scared, fearful, and the only way I know how to deal with it is by yelling. Well, that's not what we do. We go straight to anger. And so oftentimes it's really important. That's the great part of that peer support. So try to mirror them, try to if they're having trouble finding their words or having that difficulty with their cognitive ability, we don't want to start feeding words into their mouth. We say things like, it's okay, take your time. I'm here as long as you need me. Or things like, they're like, and you're like, do you mean that axe again? Yeah, the axe, right? So we don't want them to feel like, we don't want them to leave saying, I didn't even have to, like, every time I would start to talk about something, they filled in the blanks. Our goal is to give them what they need again. So ask good open-ended questions, right? So tell me what happened is good. And one of my favorites is how so. It's one of my favorite psychologists that I've worked a lot with over the years. And I know, you know, a lot of times when I was working with him, and he just had such a great demeanor, and we're still very good friends to this day. And that was one of the things he used to look at people, and he did it in such a fatherly way. And somebody would say something, and he'd smile and he'd go, "How so?" And I was like, I got to use that. And I don't think I've ever captured it the way he does, but it's still one of my favorite things. For somebody who goes, you know, hey, I just, you know, I feel like I should have done more, right? That's a very closed, but a very powerful statement. I think I should have done more. And if you say it in the right way, in a very empathetic and non-judgmental way, you go, you know, how so? How do you mean you could have done more? That allows them, right? So some people like to, you know, like, can you explain that a little deeper or whatever? I just find those two words, how so, very powerful. We try to stay away from the whys, right? Why did that happen? Well, because generally, you know, it's like a thesis. It needs to be argued and proven when you say why, right? So we try not to say why, but if you ask why and you're like, stupid, when I ask that, rebound with a better question. And sometimes you do need to use why, but it's just one of the ones that oftentimes when we say why, it means we have to justify our actions or why something happened. And so we try to avoid that. Use the effective pauses, right? Especially after you ask questions. So if you ask an open-ended question and you don't get that answer, allow the space. And I know if you're new to this, it's very uncomfortable at times. It was one of the things I always had the most trouble with. But you know, one of the things is we need to give people space. Sometimes they don't know how to verbalize it. Sometimes they're waiting to see if you jump in and carry the conversation. Sometimes it's a battle of the wits. But you know, I'm kind of witless, so I have all the time in the world to allow them to answer. And I found, you know, there's times you just, even in your head, you're doing the 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and you get to this point where you're like, I should probably say something. And then all of a sudden the tears start and they go, fine. And they're like, I got to talk about this. And then they unload, right? So you know, the more that you start to understand or use it and allow that time, you find it really does work. And also, if you make a very good point and you see it resonates with them. So if you say to them, you know, I want you to know that everything that you're talking about is normal after the situation. And they kind of open their eyes and they look at you like, it is? Give them space. You've just kind of rocked their world a little bit. Give them that space. They may not take it and talk, but give them the space because they might have a whole bunch of questions or they might want to add a bunch more on. So again, I want you to think about going into a situation with police officers if you're not a police officer, or firefighters if you're not a firefighter, or military if you're not military. You know, I know how you feel. If you say that to a group of police officers and you're not a police officer, that's not a good thing to say, right? Or it's not so bad, or you know, or not others have had it worse. It's like, oh, I've been way worse than that, right? Or the glib advice, right? You know what? I've been doing this a long time and I learned one thing. You just need to put it behind you. If somebody's talking to you about something and they're opening up about it, the last thing you want to tell them is put it behind you. And we've learned a lot more. So if you look at the basics, and this isn't going into like the SAFER model or the Mitchell model, but this is kind of the basis for the SAFER model, which is that diamond structure, right? So we probe to get the information, then we kind of clarify what we get, and then we paraphrase it back to them, and then we kind of reflect and then go into some teaching. So we start, get the facts, kind of open end, get as much information as we can. And then so we allow them that safety, and then we take them back to reentry, whether it's work or whether it's going home or going back to whatever they're going to be doing. But it's really important that, I'm just going to go back to that for a second. Is there any questions on that? Like this is just to kind of give you in a nutshell. And I know a lot of you have CISM training, so you understand about the, moving from, we try to get you in that cognitive at the very start to explain why we're here, what we're planning on doing, and the benefits to doing this. Then we kind of get you out of the cognitive and want you to be in that emotional state where you're really sure how you're feeling or how you're reacting. And we allow that for a little while to kind of go around so everyone can share that. And that's where the resilience and the healing and the rescuing with each other comes. And then when we start to close off and we want to give the information and the teaching and have that re-entry, we bring you back to the cognitive. So this is sort of like if you're even doing a conversation with a loved one and you wanted to, they wanted to talk to you about something that's traumatic for them, we want to allow them to talk, get the information, and then clarify it. Is this what you're saying? Is this how you're feeling? Are you saying, you're losing sleep and blah, blah, blah. We want to clarify it. And then we kind of want to paraphrase it back and say, so it sounds like, you've been sitting on this information for this long. And we want to let them know that we heard everything you said. And then we want to be able to reflect on what they're going to do, how they're feeling. Do they think they can go to work? Do they think they need to talk to somebody? What do you think the next steps would be? Do you want to get any more help or any more support kind of stuff? And then we can let them go. So that's kind of the basis of that. Any questions on listening and how to be a good listener? My favorite thing to do when we have a group, when you get like 40, 50 people in the room, and I ask, who's a good listener here? And everybody puts up their hand. And I love watching the friend that's beside them that goes, you're not a good listener, because it happens every time. It's inevitable. So like we talked about a little bit earlier, and Robert had brought this up, compassion fatigue and vicarious trauma. I just wanted to touch on it a little bit for you. So it is a real thing, and it's an injury when you get into compassion fatigue and you run yourself so low, it starts to really take a toll on you, and it's something that we have to be cautious of. It's stress that we get by especially, we always say who's debriefing the debriefer, so we really have to always make sure that we're taking care of ourselves and we're seeking the help when we need it. So when you're re-experiencing that traumatic event, it's been passed on to us by the constantly caring for people and worrying about situation, especially if you don't have that ability to kind of have resources when you go home, or have the ability to get the sleep and to talk to people and get the exercise. We start to get that over and over, and it's like it starts to become so intrusive in our life. And then all of a sudden what happens is this stress starts to rear its ugly head, and we start to kind of the traumatic events start to replay in our head, and we start to go into avoiding our friends and family, or substance to numb all the things we said, the inability to kind of socialize. We want to be by ourselves, the constant state of arousal, and it really starts to take a toll. So when we have that daily kind of, and so you can think about if like dispatchers was mentioned earlier, and one of the things I know for dispatchers is that and I remember the first time I heard somebody mention it, was a dispatcher came and talked to me after one of my lectures, now probably about 10 years ago, and I'd never thought about it that way, and she's like, when we call you guys when we dispatch you to a fire with people trapped and people hanging off the roof, and we've had multiple calls, and we've got confirmed flame, we have all this information, we're there with you and we are hearing it. And then we hear you on scene on your report saying, yeah, rescue 9 on scene, we have heavy smoke and flames off the side, people trapped, waving us into the blood. We give all this report. And then they hear a couple radio chatters like, ladder 2, get the roof. And it's like, I got one, dispatch 2 victims out. And then we're going back. Then they get little snippets and then all that stops. And guess what? They don't have closure. They don't know what happened there. Or they're with the police, shot fired, officer down. That might be the last thing they hear. And they're like, oh my gosh, what's the end of it? And so I never thought about it until she had explained it that way. Like, thank you for this. And I actually hadn't really paid attention to that part of it. And so when she told me, I just said to her, you know what, I'm so glad you mentioned that because I never looked at it from that perspective. So she was thanking me for helping her, but she helped me by explaining it. So you can imagine that's something that's really difficult for dispatchers, is that oftentimes they don't get closure on what happened at that event. Did those people live or did they die? How many people were involved? How old was that child? So that you can imagine they're exposed to that. And guess what happens? They go home and they start putting the narrative to how it ended up. Well, I am from the judging from the radio responses, that person died. I bet they died slowly. I bet they had a family, and so you can see that it starts to really take a toll. And so, but for, when we talk about compassion fatigue, any sort of situation when you're getting that daily barrage, or it doesn't have to be daily, like if you're in a busy shift and it's a constant, and especially, like we talked about, like you're never static. So all of a sudden your ability to handle these high levels of stress and is lowered because you have a new family. And so it's also made you far more of an emotional person. So you're really becoming a lot more vulnerable, right? You're not sleeping, you're not eating healthy, you're very emotional because all of a sudden you have this young family. And so you're really empathetic and you feel compassion for every sort of thing. So you're really opening yourself up, as opposed to where if you're doing everything right, you can have a young family and everything, but you're sleeping, you're eating, and you're not overly emotional, and you're still kind of saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to help when I can help, but I'm not going to take this home, and that means I'm going to go talk to people when I'm struggling, or I'm going to exercise, or I'm going to make sure I got sleep. So we have to look at our personal factors to not get as vulnerable to it. And so with vicarious trauma, it's that it could be short term or it could be long term, but when you're hearing about a traumatic event, and so like for example, if you're working at a disaster scene and day after day you're coming back and you're hearing the gruesome stories about the recovery effort, and they're relying on you to emotionally stabilize them before they leave the scene, and they develop trust with you, so they're opening up more and more with more graphic details and more about how they're feeling and more of those emotions. You can imagine that is going to be really disruptive to your homeostasis and to your ability to function. So we have to keep an eye out that when we're helping these other people, that we don't get the long-term effects. And if you do start to feel it going on, if it's a short-term thing and you leave for a few days, you're kind of going, geez, I got to shake this, I got to shake. And all of a sudden, you use your resiliency skills, you're exercising, you're sleeping, you're walking, you're feeling better. But if all of a sudden after weeks or months, you find that it's really taking a toll on you, it means that at some point you've got to go and seek help. So vicarious traumatization is a very real thing. So again, the things that make us vulnerable, what's going on in our life, what's going on with ourselves personally, and what's going on in our workplace. And this is one of the things, there's a lot of bad leaders in the fire service. There's a lot of bad leaders in police. There's a lot of bad leaders in the military. And when you are in a paramilitary organization where there's things like insubordination, or you don't question authority, that's very dangerous. And it's happening all the time. There's a lot of people that step up to lead, and they lead very dangerously. So a leader has to recognize, like, I am responsible for everyone's mental health. And when they don't do that, it's very dangerous. And I'll just touch on that quickly. So personal would be that you're not dealing with it. You're starting to isolate. You're taking your work home. Maybe you're a little quicker to anger with your kids or your family at home. The dangerous behaviors, so lots of substance abuse or risky behavior. Those sorts of things are really important. And I remember the first time I saw that picture, it just resonated with me. You come back from something horrific, and there's nothing better than a hug from a child to just just brings out what you've just done or what you've seen. So what we're looking for in the workplace is if it's one of your coworkers, like a fellow police officer, EMT, we're looking for somebody who, like was mentioned earlier, they're whistling and singing at work. All of a sudden they're not. They're avoiding us. They're eating lunch on their own. They're hyper startled. Somebody slams the door, and instead of laughing and going, "Oh my gosh, it scared me," they're like, "What the hell is wrong with you? You can't even close the door," all of a sudden they don't want to be. We're watching your favorite movie. What's the point, kind of thing. I mean, those are exaggerated, but those are the things, just really dramatic changes in their likes and dislikes and their interaction with other people. So other indicators, emotional, they're going to be quick to anger, might cry when they would never cry normally. Oftentimes it's, if you look at like the anger, sadness, depression kind of thing, I've been in quite a few situations where people have been concerned about somebody at work, and they said, "I think they're bipolar." And I said, "Well, what gives you that indication?" It's like, well, 1 minute they're laughing and joking around, and then the next day they come to work and they just don't even want to socialize with anybody. And well, it could be that, but then you get a little bit more what happened in the situations in work lately, and that kind of gives you the balance where it might be one or the other. So if you talk to somebody, I mean, we're not going to diagnose, obviously, but it's that my point is it could be that extreme where 1 minute they're laughing and they're having a good time at work, and then these thoughts and reminders of this call come flooding back, and they just don't have the ability anymore to deal with it emotionally, so they just start to withdraw, and it can be really dramatic when people really struggle with it. Physical aches all the time. I start getting, as soon as we start to get those high levels of stress and release that cortisol, guess what that does? It just takes a toll on our immune system. So we're far more susceptible to colds and any sort of everything hurt. We could get we normally would go for a run and we can run for 30 minutes. Now we only have enough energy to run for 10. You're staring off into space, the intrusive thoughts, it can become very noticeable, or it could be just minor. But these are things that, if on the high end, on the high scale of these lists that I have here, your friends and family and coworkers will point it out to you. And that means that it's been going on, and if somebody hasn't pointed it out to you, then I wouldn't say shame on them, but it's too bad somebody didn't point it out. If you notice these things in yourself on a smaller, like, geez, my stomach's been upset a lot, and I find like I just like little things are making me angry. This is when we want to, take the step and put our hand up and say, look, I need some help, or I need to talk to somebody, before it gets to the point where I'm going home and potentially ruining my relationship, or ruining my relationship with my children, or saying something to somebody at work that I don't mean, right? So keep in mind that you have to walk softly when we start to see it, but they don't want to talk about it. So first of all, they might not be able to articulate the fact that I just can't get this out of my head, and I don't know how to sleep anymore, and I don't know I don't want to talk to anybody about it. I don't know. I just want it to go away, right? So all those that decreased cognitive level is kind of what you're going to see. And then all of a sudden it gets into substance to help sleep, substance to help to get away, the breakdown of the relationship because the partner is like, I can't not, watch you decline and not have you do something to help yourself or talk to me about it. And then all of a sudden there's the withdrawal from the activities. I don't want to go golfing anymore. I don't want to play hockey anymore. I don't want to have lunch with everybody anymore. I just want to be left alone. And by the time it starts to get down to that age, it's really kind of getting into that dire state. So again, our goal, much like when we do the diffusings and debriefing, is we just don't want to make it worse. We want to try and just bring it up and go, hey, it's now a good time to talk to you about something. We don't want to do it in front of a group of people. We want to ask them, we want to tell them like, hey, listen, how could you not, all those things you're telling me that you did at that call, and it sounded like it was so traumatic. So you think it's not normal to have some adverse effects from it. We want to foster the resilience they already have, give them choices of other areas to go, whether it's your EAP program or whether it's somebody that you've talked to before. And we want to promote the recovery. Hey, why don't we start going for walks in the morning like we used to? Or hey, why don't you come to my place for dinner tonight and we'll just kick back and relax. Whatever you need to do to promote that recovery. So finally, I'm going to just we're going to talk about to kind of close up here, like coping skills. Now, we know that, I mentioned like mindfulness and stuff like that. There's so many different things. And when I talk about wellness, we know diet, we know sleep, we know support. I'm not going to tell you what to eat or how to eat. I'm not going to tell you how much exercise you need to do or try to push mindfulness on you or meditation on you. But important things is perspective, is understanding how you're feeling. Like if you're feeling good, embrace it, remember it. If you need to write it down, what you were doing to get there, remind yourself so that when you don't feel that way, you can get back to it. Cognitive restructuring, that's like using gratitude and stuff to say, okay, you know what, that was a really bad day, but you know what else happened today? I had this happen and this was good and good. So kind of not allowing yourself to get down that rabbit hole. But I'd like to hear more about kind of what you're doing and what works for you, or just kind of to finish it off, open up the forum. It doesn't necessarily have to be about coping or resiliency. You could talk about what we've talked about today, but just kind of talk about anything here for the last 15 minutes and give me a break from talking and allow you some time to talk. So I'll open it up to you.
I'll jump in. Two things that I learned specifically about coping mechanisms that I probably would have never considered before is that if we say in the moment, let's do this thing, why don't we go do this thing? People always assume it has to be something big. So instead of just saying like, hey, why don't we go to your house and watch TV? Or like, we'll sit on your deck and we'll have a coffee. People think that person needs to go out and do something, and that can actually be detrimental to their recovery, depending on where they are. But if you're trying to sort of get someone to do one of the things that is maybe a healthy coping mechanism for them, one of the tricks that I will use often is I'll say, if I ask the person who loves you the most in the world what your favorite thing is to do, or what some of your favorite hobbies are, what would they say? And they will then give you the answer. And quite often it's the things that are perhaps more healthy for them, or that are, that don't involve maybe drugs or alcohol if they have had problems with that. Because usually if it's the person who loves them the most, it's the person who, wants the best for them or sees the best in them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll work. And that's, again, remember how I said earlier when we're listening to conversations, I'm listening and I'm going, oh, I got to address that later. And, oh, I got to address that later. The way that my mind works now, because I've been doing this so long, is somebody at the start will, when they're talking about their situation, they'll say something about, oh, and my partner, that was on the call with me, we go on our kayaking trip together every year. And then I heard him come on the radio and said, so in my mind, I'm like, oh, okay, you like physical activities, and kayaking is one of your activities. So that goes into my bank on the shelf or wherever you have it. And then later on, when I'm talking about, good things to do, to be kind to yourself today, I'll say like, so, is there, what kind of physical activities, hey, John, you mentioned earlier that you're a kayaker, so is that kind of your go-to activity when you're having a stressful day? Yeah, I don't kayaking, so I already know it, but it's not being sneaky, it's being strategic. But rather than, because, and your way of doing it will work too, right? If I ask somebody, because if you kind of just say, what kind of activities do people like to do, the physical, people will stare blankly at you. But if somebody's wearing a shirt that's like Tough Mudder, and it's like, oh, John, so well, you say, so what kind of activities we like to do? And it's like, so John, you got a Tough Mudder shirt, is that your go-to for your mental health? Absolutely, and then you've opened up the conversation. So that's a good point, is we, and the worst thing you could do is like, it's like, imagine I don't like yoga. And the reason I don't like yoga is because I'm really bad at it. I don't have anything against yoga, but I'm just bad at flexibility. But imagine, to me, it's yoga. Yoga is the only answer. So I say to you at the end, we have to do something physically fit. And so what I want you to all do today is go home and do yoga. And somebody goes, well, but I don't like yoga. I like to run. No, running's not good. You need to do yoga, right? Well, I like to kayak. Yeah, kayaking's great, but yoga's better, right? What am I doing? I'm telling them my way, and it better work for you. So again, like you had said, what if I ask somebody who loves you, what would they say you like to do? We want to, even if we don't think it's as good as it should be, we want to encourage them to do that, but maybe do more of it, or what else can you do to add on to that? And if somebody says, I don't like to do gratitude lists, but I call my mom every night and check in with her. Okay, that's close, that's good. Or I don't like to meditate, but I like to go for a walk. That's good, that works, right? So we just want to encourage them, like you said, it doesn't have to be our way or something that comes in the manual, as long as it's something that's not going to be detrimental and is going to be positive. Yeah. You got a hand up?
I got a whole bunch of harmonics there. Was it me that you were asking if I had my hand up?
Cool. Yeah. Okay. Anything else anybody could think of that you would do, or anything you learned from the course today, or any comments, or you want to just yell at me for 5 minutes, whatever you'd like to do. I'm here.
I do have a comment though. So
yeah.
First of all, thank you. I very much liked your presentation today, and I think you're. I'm interested in your perspective on this. So this process has been around for a number of years. There's been varying degrees of it. It's getting better and better as it goes along. We still see an increase in, no matter which agency it is, we're losing members to suicide or injuring themselves in some way. And I can't help but think that we're working on the wrong end of the stick. I feel like we need to be more proactive in the education and in the this type of training for the resiliency part of this type of training as a day-to-day type of thing that is part of the business and is part of the training of new people coming in, because this alone isn't working. If the numbers are true, we're not catching the people that need the help. So my direct question would be, are you aware of any studies where people have lost positions or lost their lives, that they have been educated in some way ahead of time or not? Like, is it possible that that proactive approach is what might be missing?
Well, I mean, there's a couple things that, first of all, I agree 100% with what you're saying. We're not doing enough, and we still have people starting. Like when I ask that question, do you, like, to new people just starting out, do you understand what you're signing up for? Do you understand that you're going to see horrific things? And when I used to do that at the academy 15 years ago, you'd see people go, yeah, we kind of know. I ask that now, and I gave a talk about 2 years ago at the fire academy to the class that was graduating that day. Their parents were coming, they were getting their certificates, they were going to march out, do a demonstration. It was their last day. And I happened to be picking a truck up out at the academy, and they said, hey, can you do a 15, 20-minute CISM talk on their lunch break? And I just like, yeah. And so I talked to them, and I said that. I said, do you realize? I said, I don't want to discourage you, because as far as I'm concerned, this is the best job in the world. I won the lottery the day I started, but I have demons. And they said, you're going to have them. And I watched them look at each other like, no one told us that. I thought we were just going to get to ride around with uniforms and wave to people. No, and policing and you're gonna, it's a calling, and it's an admirable one, and I don't regret it, and I love it. But we're not educating them, just like families. You know what people are like? You know, I remember my dental hygienist, her boyfriend got hired in the fire department, and I'm telling her, I'm like, make sure that you get all the education, because he's gonna change. He's gonna change in the first year, and you may not recognize him. And she said, what do you mean? I said, he's going to change. This job changes you initially a little bit, but potentially completely. And she said to me after 3 months, she's like, he's changed so much. And we're not, we could save, never mind just lives. We could save marriages. We could save parent-children relationships. We could save friendships. I've watched so many, I mean, I've lost my own colleagues and friends to suicide, and coworkers. We're not doing enough. And you know what the problem is in a lot of the time is we get people that get territorial, and they say, we got this. We got this. And you know, you get a chief of a police department. I've got it. And you know, I'm an advocate for mental health. I care about I do it. And all their employees are behind them going, help, help. And you're like, are you sure you don't need any help? You sure don't need it? We don't need training. I've got it. I have the program in place. The people behind them, they can't step. They're just going, help us, help us. And the funny thing that I find is that's where, like, private organizations, they call me, you know, companies that are worth money. They go, what do you think we need to do? How much time is it going to take? You just do it. Make sure my employees come to work and they're happy and they want to be here. And guess what? When you invest in your employees, when you give them the training and you give them the support, financially, you make money, you get a return on your investment, you get less sick time, less absenteeism, less presenteeism, less conflict, less accidents, less loss of talent. It works. And then you take all that, that's the importance, just day to day, every business. Then you take first responders and you take police officers. When they put their hand up and make it public that I need help, I'm scared, I don't know if I'm able to work right now, I'm scared. Guess what? They might lose they might be on desk duty. They'll lose their gun. They're gonna be passed over for promotions. I don't care how many people stand up and go, we will not have stigma, we will smash stigma. There's stigma there, and it shouldn't be like that. And we need to educate, and you can't have a person who's in charge of mental health for a police or fire or schooling or libraries or sanitation. The person in charge of that mental health can't be making dogmatic judgment calls on, I know what's right for my staff. It has to be dictated by the needs and the wants. And if I come and I train you guys, like I'm training you right now, if at the end of today, if you feel like I didn't give you enough, then it doesn't mean I did a bad job. It means that you need more. But if at the end of the day, you say, I like what I did today, I got it, it stuck, I enjoyed it, and I want more, and we want more of that stuff. And this time I want to learn about this and this, and you're contributing to it, that training builds and builds and builds. And guess what? It won't fail. It will work. But like you said, right now it's just a matter of like, hey, well, we took this course from you know, so-and-so commission, or we got this course, or our boss says that, you know, we've got a gold star on this. And you know, that's one of the things that's very important to me, is that training has to be applicable to the job. And a lot of times people have called me and said, I need your help. I want to be an advocate for my workplace. And I try to help them, and they say, I got to let it go because it's just turning into the workplace is getting angry at me because they're considering me to be like a troublemaker now. And it's difficult to see. But so anyways, that's my long way and short way of saying you're 100% right. We're not doing enough. Like I teach the fire officer program, and this is not to throw, you know, my organization to the bus. The part about CISM for officers is like a half a page. You're literally in charge of taking a early 20-year-old boy and sending him into a building and then coming out and dealing with what he's seen, and we're sending them home with no way of checking on them and no way of understanding like the proper way to lead and to confront them and say, are you okay? Do you want to talk about this? Should we set something up? I honestly work with first responders only when I'm requested. I do not put in for any other things because it's been like banging, even though I work at the hub of it all. The amount of times I've had, you know, somebody walk by from one of the departments and go, hey, here we are, we got the, you know, an expert considered around the world in our own thing, and we got to get something going with you. And I'm like, sure, but it never happens because it's, you know, there's too many other things going on. So I agree with you for sure. It's sad, but I hope it changes one day. But with all of you here and all of, you know, you're all advocates now, and you're gonna fight the good fight. The more of us that are out there speaking out on behalf of trying to prevent suicides and saying we're not doing enough, hopefully eventually one day we'll be able to make a difference with it. But as of right now, I agree with you. We're not doing enough.
I can say is, I know earlier I mentioned that I would not make a very good facilitator, but I would definitely make
I'm happy to hear that. I think you, with your years experience, you can be very helpful. Are you all my voice?
Frozen.
Okay, well, if nobody else has anything to add, I wish you all well. I hope you enjoyed it. And I hope to see y'all again. And go out and be good advocates for mental health and supporting your coworkers.
Thank you so much, Jeff. That was really, really great. So yeah, we're heading around the end of today. So thank you everybody for participating. We are sending out some resources after this by email, and please also complete this quick short survey. And I also wanted to mention that we are doing are planning for 2022 and getting the support out there that organizations need. So there was a good conversation that was just happening around sometimes, you know, what we have right now really isn't enough, and that we do need more. So we'd love to have more conversations around that. As Wellness Works Canada is, you know, is positioned, we're a nonprofit, and we're really looking at other ways that we can help to support people with partners like Jeff. And so if you want to connect with us afterwards, then we can explore some other opportunities to see how we can better support you. Otherwise, Thank you again for coming. If you have peers or friends or colleagues that you think could benefit from this training, we do have another one coming up on July 23rd. So please send out the link to them so that they can register for that as well. And otherwise, yeah, we've sent out, we're sending out an email. So if you just have any questions, concerns, comments, just please get back in touch with Jeffrey, and we'd be happy to help to support you. So thank you again, everybody. Thank you again to the government of Alberta and Wellness Works Canada for making these sessions available and possible. Thanks.
Bye, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
You bet. Take care.